This House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? All right, we're about to go back to the rules calendar. We are about to go back to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 274.
House Bill 274 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 11, Title 15 of the Fish Code of Georgia Anteta relating to juvenile courts administration, so as to provide for a salary supplement for certain juvenile court judges. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Mandy Ballinger to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of y'all know, all our alternative courts in the state have really done a lot for our people and Georgians across the state. And we pay our superior court judges a supplement to administer those administrative courts. And this bill allows for the same that the superior courts are getting. It allows for that same bonus to our juvenile court judges who are handling an alternative court. It just has to do with judge parity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The House of Representatives is in session. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 274, the ayes are 137, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1103.
House Bill 1103 by Representative Chokas, the 138th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 42-167 of the Official Code of Georgia Anteta relating to separately stating fees in a rental agreement, so as to revise the definition of heavy-duty equipment motor vehicle. This bill I refer to the Committee on Motor Vehicles. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokus to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring before you House Bill 1103. This measure was brought to me by the rental equipment industry. Currently, under statute, rental equipment companies can put a line item on their billing invoices for a pro rata share of ad valorem taxes on equipment weighing 5,000 pounds or more. This measure simply brings that weight threshold down from 5,000 pounds to 1,500 pounds. That's all that this legislation does. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I ask for your favorable consideration.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1103, the ayes are 126, the nays are 12. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1224.
House Bill 1224 by Representative Martin of the 49th be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to ad valorem taxation of property so as to revise the language required to be included in the notices of current assessments. This bill I referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, every year from our local taxing jurisdictions, we get ad valorem tax notices, and depending on the type property you have ways that you can appeal that. If we pass this bill, what this does is enables the taxpayer to have another option. If you're the owner of tangible personal property, which would be machinery in your manufacturing plant, in excess of $200,000, you will be given an option to appeal that to a hearing officer with appeal to the Superior Court. Today, you do not have that option. You either have to go to the Board of Equalization or to arbitration, and that slows down the courts because typically three homeowners don't know the details about the complexity that may be in this type of tangible personal property. So, Mr. Speaker, what this aims to do is give taxpayers more options for appeal, smooth out the process, and help counties get their tax digest right sooner. With that, I ask the House favorable consideration for this taxpayer-friendly measure. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1224, the ayes are 147, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1428.
House Bill 1428 by Representative Frustration of the 104th to be entitled an act to amend the official code of Georgia annotated to revise, modernize, correct errors or omissions in, and reenact the statutory portion as amended in furtherance of the work of the Code Revision Commission. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Code Revision, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Okay, before I recognize the author, I have to say, I think as I do most years, this is my favorite bill of the session. Thrilling, titillating, dramatic. It's just, I can't say enough good things about this, Chairman Frustration. Chair recognizes Chairman Frustration to present the bill.
Without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, the most exciting, thrilling legislation that we get to consider this year, the annual Code Revision Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to present House Bill 1428. This includes omissions, corrections, different changes needed in the statute. You'll notice as you go through the bill, it tracks with the titles that are at issue, so it stays very organized for your review, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, I can't believe it, but you don't have any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the House's favorable consideration. I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1428. The ayes are 149, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 911.
House Bill 911 by Ralston VII and others to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. This bill item referred to the Committee on Appropriations. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the chair resolves the House into a committee of the whole House for the purpose of considering House Bill 911, the General Appropriations Bill. The chair appoints the gentleman from the 159th District, the majority leader of this House, as chairman to preside over the committee of the whole House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the 116th House District, Chairman England, to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. That was as bad as the good morning was this morning for the speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. That's a little better. That's a little better. Sounds like your lunch might be putting you to sleep, so if it does, that's all right, because I'm about to otherwise. So, well, we are here to take up House Bill 911, which will be the FY23 spending plan for our state. As always, and I would be remiss if I didn't, an awful lot of thank yous are needed here today. Thank you to our subcommittees and subcommittee chairs that have spent hours upon hours upon hours working on this budget you have before you this afternoon. Thank you to the Governor's Office and OPB for their work on sharing information and helping us understand what it was that they had done in their initial portions of the budget. But certainly not least is our House Budget and Research Office staff. And I like it that they're coming in a parade here now. But you all know and have seen these young folks scattered around this Capitol every day and the work that they continuously do throughout the year. And would it not be for them, we would not be able to have this budget laying on your desk that is grammatically and numerically correct, and just the hours that they spend on it. Martha and Christine are constantly running. All of the rest of the crew is constantly running, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, is running to get over here. You can see who the younger and faster ones are, I guess. Or maybe they were just closer in the building, but yes, I know. I'll pay for that later, I'm sure. The $30.2 billion budget that you see in front of you today represents a 10.8% increase over last year, and what a difference a year makes. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time here on the front end to talk about the economy or the usual contextual information that we share to introduce the budget, because I cannot wait to walk you through the end product of your work. You can look at the size of this document and tell that the members of the subcommittees worked as teams to construct a deliberate and thoughtful plan for funding the future, our state's future. As we walk through the budget, I have four key themes that I want you to remember. Trust funds. This is the premier budget reflecting the 9 dedicated revenue streams put into the new budget structure via House Bill 511 from last year. The Agricultural Trust Fund, the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, the Fireworks Trust Fund, the Solid Waste Trust Fund, the State Children's Trust Fund, the Georgia Transit Trust Fund, the Transportation Trust Fund, and the Trauma Care Trust Fund, along with the Wildlife Endowment Trust Funds, are presented with transparent earnings and where they are statutorily required to be spent. Just look at the revenue cover page of your tracking document on page 37 in the governor's budget book to access that information easily and historically, but also for your reference today. Education. Education is always our number one priority. K-12 appropriation sets an all-time record level of state funding at $11.8 billion. $11.8 billion. For the most important investment this state has. QBE is fully funded, and teachers and certificated personnel get the last installment of their promised $5,000 raises at a cost of $291.7 million, which together with nearly $20 million in an increase in pre-K teachers gives us an investment of over $300 million in this one item alone. In higher education, we addressed affordability and provided enhancements for scholarship amounts, as well as funding just under $230 million to the university's teaching formula as tuition to replace operating funds derived from student fees initiated over a decade ago. Salary increases. Nearly every single program in this budget, includes the first COLA including a first COLA for state retirees in 14 years, puts forth an increase to address the literally hours of testimony regarding state workforce needs and the competition to retain its staff. The $5,000 COLA lifts the entire workforce and accounts for roughly $610 million. And in the House version is accompanied by an additional targeted increases where turnover is crippling our ability to perform the very core services that a state should provide. Our correctional officers in the Department of Juvenile Justice and Department of Corrections leave at a rate that sometimes reaches 90%. In that same vein, behavioral health staff at our state hospitals, nurses and aides, who care for those with mental health issues and criminal histories, have a collective turnover rate of just over 50%, which directly impedes the number of beds that we can provide to allow for treatment. We've asked public health nurses to be our front line in the COVID army, to go into homes and clinics to provide safety net care, but because the demand for nurses is so high, competition from private entities has spiked an irresistible opportunity for them to leave. And while the increases of these types of jobs have significant emotional appeal, there are areas of state government where the turnover affects our ability to operate at the uppermost level of efficiency. And the need to stem the turnover in these positions appeals to our sense of fiscal responsibility. For example, this body wanted transparency in spending, just as we noted a while ago with the trust funds. But we need our auditors to help guarantee that. The department is paying anywhere from 12 to 33% below other state and local governments. The House version deliberately targets market raises to higher turnover jobs, and we've added almost $28.7 million for correctional officers, $16.3 million for public health nurses, $20.2 million for behavioral health nurses and aides, and adjustments for state auditors, EPD engineers, death investigator specialists, and Metro Atlanta troopers, and more. The growing magnitude of this issue compelled us to request a market study, or salary market study, through the Human Resources Division of the Department of Administrative Services on line 12.5.2. Salaries as a recruitment and retention tool are fortified by enhancements to the state's benefit package. About $154 million to provide retirement and leave adjustments. In total, the House version of the FY23 budget uses a third of all new funding to reinvest in tax-paying Georgians who are our workforce. Major policy investments are included. Law enforcement. In addition to the salaries we discussed, this document embodies the criminal justice reform package that we've been working on and expands access and success of the accountability court model. On your desk under Chairman Hitchens' card, you have a summary, necessary and helpful because the comprehensive and visionary approach we are taking to strengthen these successful components across our entire law enforcement spectrum. Direct investments of over $65 million that will have indirect savings in investigation and evidence processing times, accurate evidence, officer training and counseling, and the list goes on. Our efforts to delineate the proper placement of persons involved in legal and correctional systems because of behavioral health issues is part of that vision. And having appropriate and quality placement and treatment options go hand in hand with lasting positive outcomes. So it brings me to behavioral health. As we emerge from the years of the U.S. Department of Justice oversight in building our infrastructure, the need continues to grow, and thankfully, the stigma is starting to shrink. Yes, we are stringing the pearls together for legally related interactions in behavioral health, but there's a high demand for all of us to have access to services. For some, it may be one time. For others, it may be a lifetime. The second summary on your desk, under Chair Lady Dempsey's card, is a roadmap of the new funding that in some instances blends with law enforcement, but is comprehensive and addressed in multiple agencies and totals nearly $100 million in the ongoing stabilization and striving to expand capacity for access for services to all Georgians. So if you will, take out your tracking document, and you'll find on your desk, as I mentioned just a second ago, the kind of briefs from Chairman Hitchens and from Chair Lady Dempsey. You'll also find a very helpful graphic as it relates to transportation funding. And I strongly recommend that, and actually it's one of the best ways I've seen to understand how our transportation funding formula works in the state. And you'll also find under my card a copy of the budget highlights. So I just want to make sure that you know that those things are already on your desks. So if you will, take out the tracking document, we'll run through it. So under the Georgia Senate, there are no changes. Under the Georgia House of Representatives, you'll see the annualization of the COLAs for our employees, also the 40 hours of earned annual leave to allow our employees to take that, and adjustments to the employee retirement system. So there'll be state changes that are common throughout the document. I will not note each one of those as I come to those. So under the joint offices of the General Assembly, you'll see one addition there at 3.1.6 for legislative operations, an increase in price there for our LexisNexis contract to allow accessibility for us to be able to look at code and for our constituents to be able to look at code. Under 3.1.7, just removing some one-time funds there. Moving on to audits and accounts, and I'll remind you again that under audits and accounts is actually a sort of a branch of the General Assembly. So we have to make all the changes there. The governor loads what they send to them, but otherwise any changes we load. Then moving on to 4.1.8, you'll see that one actually moves over in just a second to line 4.3.1. The reduction of some one-time funds at 4.1.9, and then just asking for ongoing work in utilizing existing funds at 4.1.10 for an audit of the spending of the ARP dollars across the state. 4.3.1, you'll see the item that was moved from earlier. Under the Court of Appeals, again, the statewide changes and things that we have to add or delete there because the governor and the governor's office OPB cannot. 5.1.4, you'll see an increase in funds for per diem adjustments. As our per diem increases with the General Assembly, their per diem is tied to ours, so we have to do an increase there. Eliminating funds for the one-time development of the case management system is a reduction there. And you'll look over at 5.2.6 and 5.2.7, true up at 5.2.6 in relation to the COLA, and on 5.2.7, just saying no to that additional judicial assistant. Under Judicial Council, Section 6, restoration at 6.4.1 of some operating funds that we'd had to reduce in previous years. Moving on then to juvenile courts, no changes there. Prosecuting attorneys, you'll see at 8.2.12, 13, and 14, funds for one additional assistant DA in the 3 circuits that are being created this year. At 8.2.10, you'll see 4 additional assistant DAs for the juvenile courts in the Bell Forsyth, Chattahoochee, Northern, and Petula judicial circuits. That's part of our House law enforcement package. I'll also note that at 8.2.6 and 8.2.7 are two additions there that are part of the LEO package as well. You'll see some eliminations of funds on things that were put in before they were aware that the $5,000 COLA was going out. So we've made those true-up adjustments there. 8.3.10, still under prosecuting attorneys. You'll see an adjustment for the payroll specialist position and then elimination of the funds for our prosecutor position that's not needed just at this time. Under superior courts, you'll see a few changes at 9.1.4, 9.2.5, and a couple of other places. Those are replaced because of the $5,000 COLA, so they were not necessary. At 9.3.16, you'll see where we're bringing the law clerks up to a $50,000 rate or pay rate, and the $5,000 COLA was already included prior, so it allowed for a reduction there of added funds. Under the Supreme Court, at 10.1.9, you'll see an adjustment there for the trooper that is assigned to the Superior Court to incorporate the $5,000 COLAs for them. And then you'll see a couple of other adjustments. And at 10.1.3, we're saying just one position instead of two. Under State Accounting Office, most of the State Accounting Office and Department of Administrative Services, DOAS, are funded through state funds. So those are considered other funds, and so it makes it a little tricky when you do a COLA like we've done for all state employees. And so we're kind of having to back into the door just a little bit different than we do in other state agencies, because typically this would be spread throughout all agencies. And so what you'll see here in SAO is the spread within SAO instead of through all other agencies. Under the State Board of Accountancy at 11.6.4, you'll see the addition for one new auditor that is needed there. Section 12, again, under Department of Administrative Services, under 12.2.2 are the two compensation resolutions that we passed out of our committee yesterday. And if those are actual final passage, then we will fund those when we get together for conference, or if the Senate passes the budget or passes them before they get to the budget, it may be added then. 12.3.2, you'll see an addition for the Georgia Aviation Authority to cover some travel. Then under Section 13, Department of Ag. Most of what you see here are true-ups. 13.1.3, you'll see an addition to do away with the austerity reduction at the Athens and Tifton Vet Labs. But you'll see also true-ups at 13.2.1, 13.2.7, 13.3.1. Moving on to 13.4.1 is also adjustments. At 13.5.1, you'll see an increase for maintenance cost at the Poultry Vet Diagnostic Lab. And then down at the Soil and Water Conservation Committee at 13.7.6 and 13.7.7, those two items kind of go together because it pertains to the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. But you'll see that we're adding additional funds for each of the conservation districts around the state, and then adding some regional managers and technical specialists. So any land disturbance activity of over 1 acre in size in the state of Georgia has to have an erosion and sediment control plan for it. And so the Georgia Soil and Water Conservation Commission and those local districts are in charge of making sure that those plans are submitted and approved. And so we need to make sure that they're able to do that job. Banking has no changes under Section 15, Department of Behavioral Health. A lot of work went in here. And as I mentioned in my opening comments about a lot of the things that we're doing for behavioral health, you're going to see a lot of those manifest themselves here within this budget. At 15.2.8, though, is one kind of outside of that realm as it deals with the now and comp waivers. We're adding an additional, to the governor's 100 proposed in his budget, we're adding an additional 225 slots and an additional administrative position to help manage those slots for those needed across the state. So we're very happy about that. Chair Lady Dempsey and her subcommittee were very passionate about making that happen as well. 15.2.10 deals with our developmental disability providers. Many of you heard from those folks early on about needing a rate increase. We'd passed an actual 5% rate increase for them last year. It had been tied up at CMS awaiting approval. We did find out day before yesterday that that original 5% has been approved, and so we're adding 1 additional percent there as well. 15.211, just telling the department to use some of the ARP money that they have for a rate study. At 15.2.12, a 5% increase for non-waiver family support. At 15.2.13, I mentioned the behavioral health nurses and aides. And so this is the first entry that you see where we're doing a substantial increase in pay for those individuals. And you'll see that several other times within this section of the budget, but I want to point it out to you there, and you'll see it in 3 or 4 other locations. Moving on down to 15.2.14, with the coming extension of the National Public Health Emergency, it allows us to capture some funds that we would normally have, state funds that we normally have in programs, because that's being extended for another 90 days. And so what we're doing in DBHDD is saying to use those dollars and plow those back into direct services to individuals through that language item. 15.3.5 is the addition of 15 forensic peer mentors, to help provide for transition and reentry to support services. 15.4.1 is just a true up. Then moving on to 15.4.10, we agree and completely and totally support the assisted outpatient treatment programs, but realize that those cannot be stood up on the first day. So what we've done here is just account for knowing that they're going to have to do a staggered implementation on those going forward. The housing voucher program at 15.4.12, you'll see an increase to about 500 total housing vouchers, and then a program manager at the line just below that. And then you'll see at 15.4.14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 are all increases related to either the behavioral health plan or the law enforcement package here in the House. 15.4.21 deals with the Georgia Crisis and Access Line that goes live on July the 16th, making sure that it's fully stood up and operational. 22 are the nurses. 23 is a new 18-bed medical psychiatric unit with our partner Grady Memorial Hospital. Then the behavioral health rate study that I mentioned a while ago is at 15.4.24, and then recognition of the extension of the public health emergency at 15.4.25. Moving on to child and adolescent developmental disabilities at 15.6.4, you'll see an addition to a very special partner that we have in the state called Extra Special People, or ESP, to expand their services to more communities in our state. The additional help for our nurses and health aides, and then 15.6.6 is another partner that we have in the Savannah area, the Matthew Reardon Center for Autism, that provides services outside of the metro area, especially in that southeast Georgia corner. At 15.8.4, you'll see an addition of a little over $5.6 million for the Georgia Apex program. We're continuing to grow that program and get these services into every school building in the state. At 15.9.6 and 15.9.7, many of you have heard, I know, from your special attorney generals, assistant attorney generals, dealing with DFACs and other areas of the state's budget, and as well as the paralegals that help them, needing an increase in pay in order to be able to get folks to do that work. So you'll see the first entry here. You'll see additional entries when we get over to human services in a little bit, where it goes into DFACs and elder services, to take that rate to $77.50 an hour and for the lawyers, and $40 an hour for the paralegals. And then 15.9.8, just putting the infrastructure in place to handle the national opioid settlement. Going on over 15.10.6, you'll see a slight reduction on the capital maintenance. We funded $2 million of that in the amended budget, so we've just reduced $2 million here. So it'll be still a total of $5 million that they will have for that help. 15.10.7, again, those nurses and aides that I mentioned earlier. Under the Department of Community Affairs, Section 16, back toward the back of it, you'll see a reduction of one-time funds at 16.10.6 as it relates to a food bank program. With the rollout of the Georgia Grown Food Bank Initiative in the Department of Ag, this funding was no longer necessary, so we're shifting over to it. Under the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, you'll see an addition there for the Resource Conservation and Development Councils, the RC&Ds across the state, and then also the Georgia Rural Water Association at 1612-2 as it relates to the emergency response that they help provide under natural disasters here in the state as well. And then at Greta, you'll see a true up on the $5,000 COLA. Under Department of Community Health, Chairman Parrish and his team have done an incredible job here, and you'll see many of the behavioral health pieces throughout this portion of the document as well. But if you look first at 1717 and 18, those deal with two of the enterprise systems that they are standing up to modernize the record keeping as it relates to Medicaid in the state of Georgia. 1719 is part of the behavioral health package, and it's a study on the reimbursement rates for mental health providers. And then at 17110, a language item, again establishing the tracking and analysis that is necessary to track the pay parity issues dealing with insurance. Moving on under to healthcare and access and improvement, you'll see a reduction at 1745, but an add back at 1746. Just doing this to keep the record keeping straight. A reduction of $500,000, but an addition of $500,000 for federally qualified health centers. This would add two of those, one in the coastal FQHC that will serve McIntosh and Glenn counties, and then South Central that will service Irwin, Ben Hill, Coffee, Berrien, Atkinson, Cook, and Lowndes counties. These will be concentrating on behavioral health as well. Then at 1747, some additional help for our AHECs across the state that provide much needed training, and then an expansion of the RN reentry program at 1748. Moving on down to HFRD, healthcare regulation, facility regulation at 1754, just a reduction in funds there to meet what their expected or projected expenditures will be. Under age, blind, and disabled Medicaid, you'll see a truing up of some numbers there. At 1771 and 72, the recognition of the extension of the public health emergency. Just a correction on the RS means cost report at 1776. Then down at 17710, you'll see a rate increase for our LTAC, long-term acute care hospitals, and inpatient rehab facilities, our IRFs, across the state. We have 11 LTACs and 5 IRFs across the state that treat a very high acuity patient, and so they were needing some help with increased cost as well. 17711, just taking the nursing home cost report to the 2020 cost report, which is the latest audited report there. 17712, a 5% rate increase for mechanical ventilators. One of those items that's very specialized, but it's not covered under the cost report. Then moving on down to 17713, you'll see a rate increase there for home and community-based services. You'll see another increase at 17714 that deals with reimbursement rates for medical nutrition therapy. And you'll see a couple of other ads related to that at 17815 and 17995. And then at I'm sorry, I told you wrong on those two references. On 17715, that you'll also see that at 815 and 95, as it deals with a 10% rate increase for 2 dental extraction codes and a 7% increase for 17 other dental restorative codes. 1781, you'll see a reduction there based on the public health emergency extension, and at 1782. Something I do want to mention, and that Chairman Parrish had pointed out in his subcommittee meeting, is at 1786, you'll see it's not a change, but I just want to recognize something the governor has done here in his original budget, and that's to eliminate the attestation period for providers on all 108 procedure codes. And what that is when a new doctor goes in to start practicing, there is a time period that it takes for them to attestate, and during that time, they do not get paid by Medicaid. And what we're doing is backing up and saying from day one, they will be reimbursed and the facilities will be reimbursed going forward. 1783, just adding there to include HIV patients within the benefits of Medicaid. Again, 17814, the medical nutrition therapy. 17815, the dental codes. And then another one at 17816, another 1115 waiver to remove the 5-year waiting period for lawful permanent residents to be covered under our state Medicaid program. 17817, an adjustment and an increase in OBGYN codes. And then 17818 is starting us down the path of going to value-based purchasing for our providers. It's a quality driver and offers incentives to increase quality in their treatment across the state. 1794, again, the medical nutrition therapy. 95, the dental piece. 96, once again, relates to the value-based purchasing. On down at 1711.4, you'll see the implementation of behavioral health care workforce database at $400,000 there. Under workforce at 1712.2, you'll see where we've increased the new residency slots now to 199 slots from the first proposed 136 slots. 1712.3, you'll see that moved actually over into public health here in just a few minutes. New residency program to help Archibald Medical Center, stand that up at 1712.4. You'll see provision for additional fellowship positions at Augusta University in gynecology, oncology, public health focused medicine, and rural primary care at 1725. And then at 1712.6, just doing a statewide assessment on the dental workforce. We're finding an issue as it relates to Medicaid and finding enough providers across the state that do dental health care that will take Medicaid. So we're just trying to find out who will and who won't, and if there's somebody we can talk to get more to take those patients on. 1712.7 and 12.8, you'll see us telling them to utilize existing funds and then providing a bump there for those residency programs that we've established. 1712.9, the capitation funds, increasing those for 7 residency slots at Emory. And then under Mercer, you'll see funds there at 1713.2, and just saying to repurpose some funds that are already there for an accelerated track program, including the forensic pathology piece that we'll talk about more here in just a few minutes. Under Morehouse at 1741, you'll see a $2 million ad there to help them get started on setting up their new nursing program, which will be a 15-month highly intensive program to put more nurses in the pipeline. And then an addition at 14.2 to help support their child and adolescent psychology and psychiatric residency programs. Under physicians for rural areas at 1715.1, you'll see an addition of funds for the loan repayment program. This will cover 7 physicians, 1 PA, and 20 more APRNs. 1761, another partner we have in medical education, of course, has been the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, or PCOM. They expanded to Moultrie a few years ago, and that program continues to do very well, and so we're trying to do our part to kind of hold up our end of the deal by helping them with the expansion cost as they add more students to their programs. Under drugs and narcotics at 1718.4, you'll see funds for a data management system and then 2 additional agents or investigators at 18.5. Department of Community Supervision, there are no changes. Department of Corrections. So in the amended budget, you'll recall that as we talked about it on Wednesday, we've done an additional $2,000. The Senate had brought to us a package to look at the high turnover rates. And so we've done an additional $2,000 to the base pay for our correctional officers. And so you'll see that entered here already into the 23 budget, and that will be on top of the $5,000 COLA that they'll be receiving. But you'll see that at 19.2.7, 3.7, 4.6, and you'll also see that at 19.8.10. Backing up to 19.7.1, you'll see an increase there for the per diem rates to expressly provide for a salary adjustment for the correctional officers only within our partners at the private prisons. Now, I know that there's some angst about this issue, and including myself, but however, we need to remember, number one, this is a contract with the state to provide a service to help us house those individuals that need to be housed. Number two, this will go to the corrections officers only. Let me give you an idea of where these corrections officers live. And it will help you understand that in many of these cities, these facilities are the largest employer in these facilities. Folkestone, Alamo, Nichols, and Millen. And this will be handled through an amendment to the contract so we can make sure that those funds are going to those officers, to those families, to those people that are living and working in those communities and spending money in those communities as well. And at 19.8.9, you'll see an adjustment there as it relates to the transportation hubs. It's a revised plan from the Department of Corrections that we're addressing there. And then the additional salary increase at 19.9.6. Under the Department of Defense, there are no changes. Under the Department of Driver Services, you'll see at 21.2.6 a reduction in the reduction of to help complete the construction of a testing pad and carousel at one of their facilities in southeast Georgia. And then down at 21.2.8, just the removal of one-time funds there as it relates to an ID program that they were doing. Under decal, you'll also see those statewide changes that I'd mentioned earlier as it relates to the $5,000 COLA. Under economic development, section 23, if you'll go on down to 23.9.5, and here in economic development is where we're able to nurture a lot of the partnerships that we have around the state. And at under tourism at 23.9.5, the National Infantry Museum down at Columbus. They're looking to do some refurbishments, but also some expansions of those things that they do so very well. If you've not been there, I highly recommend a visit to the National Infantry Museum. It is one of those things that will stay with you for the rest of your life. But adding to those exhibits and allowing them to further attract folks in so that all of us can pay the proper respect to those that have served for us. 23.9.6, you'll see an addition for security expenses associated with our bid for the FIFA World Cup. And then at 23.9.7, our friends and partners at the MLK Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change, we've partnered with them now for several years and just helping them with some one-time expenses for improvements based on the number of people that they have come through there. They have about 1 million visitors a year through there. It's quite impressive. Under education, section 24, under ag education, you'll see some adjustments there. Ag education in the state of Georgia is going through an incredible growth phase. There have been some incredible leaders and friends of mine that have been there over the last 15 or 20 years that have done some incredible things to help educate young people not only how to grow their food, but where their food and fiber comes from. And so we're doing some additions there that you'll see to help go forward and help fund those programs. And also at 24.18, I'll just highlight one of those. There'll be 21 new extended day, extended year programs, which is where the teachers actually go with the students after the school day and help them with their projects. 24.3.7 under central office, you'll see an addition there for our friends at the American Association of Adaptive Sports. Then an elimination at 24.3.8 of some one-time funding. A true-up and adjustment for House Bill 403 from the 2017 session at 24.4.7. You'll see a true-up in the number at 24.8.6 under GNETs for actuals. At 24.11.5, Chairman Jones and his subcommittee and Sarah and several folks on our staff have been working with the residential treatment facility friends, trying to get them a funding formula that works for them. As I explained yesterday, we count QB numbers twice a year. Well, at an RTF on the count day, there might be only 4 or 5 students there, but the very next day there may be 25 more show up. Well, they're only going to get counted or paid for the 5 that were there on that day. So what we're trying to do is give them more predictability and allow them to be ready to receive those students when they need to receive those students. And so my hat's off to Chairman Jones, because I know that was not an easy task at all. 24.11H, you'll see an increase for feminine hygiene going into the 5th grade there. And then you'll see a reduction in funds for the closure of one of the residential treatment facilities at 2411.9. Under school nutrition, you'll see a couple of additions there. One of those is a 5.4% salary increase for those professionals, along with an increase for the school nutrition funding program there. Under preschool disabilities, you'll see a couple of true-ups there at 2413.2 and 13.3, true-up again at 2414.1, true-up again at 2415.1, and then another true-up as it relates to local 5-meal share at 2416.1. Under QBE, you'll see several other formula true-ups as it goes through there based on either changes we've made in legislation or changes in student counts since OPB originally had the budget. But one thing I want to point out to you there at 2417.9 and at, let me find it, 2417.3, you'll see a move of some funds from the school nurse program out of the QBE program. It was put there, it's not part of the QBE formula, but it was put there originally years ago, and I'll show you where those come back up in just a second. Then at the RESAs at 2418, you'll see increasements in funds there based on enrollment growth, replacement of austerity reductions, mental health contractual services, and then a 5.4% increase for their employees that are non-certificated. So moving on to new section 24.20, you'll see there where we're putting the school nurse program as a standalone program in the budget. And we're doing that for transparency, so everybody always knows where it's at, so we can all see it. And you'll see it 24.20.3, of course, the 5.4% increase for those nurses as well. Again, just like public health nurses, those school nurses have been on the front line of this COVID battle now for the last 2 years, coming up almost exactly 2 years, I guess. Under technology and career education, you'll see an adjustment at 24.23.7 as it relates to the extended day, extended year program for those technology and career education employees. Under ERS, and I know that we've all gotten many emails from our retired employees in our state, and we're thankful that throughout this budget you will see, it's kind of hard to see, but it's in there, where the adjustment is being made to get them to the position of being able to do a COLA for the first time in 14 years. And so you'll see kind of a note about that, a language item at 25.4.2, recognizing the $118 million that is spread across the entire budget. At 25.3.2, you'll see where we've raised the PSERS retirement system from a $15.75 per year of service up to $16 per year of service. So that's your bus drivers and those folks that don't fall under any of the other retirement plans. That is their retirement plan. Under the State Forestry Commission, you have several things here that are all sort of tied together. There was an audit done of how they function a couple of years ago, and it identified several opportunities for efficiencies and areas of savings. So what we're doing is putting a person in there to manage kind of the P's and Q's on a lot of these areas, but also you'll see at 26.1.7, 2.6, and at 3.7, part of an employee development and retention plan that they've been working on now for several years. 26.3.6, just the replacement of where they were using some federal funds when we got into the tight in FY21 and had to make reductions. They shifted some people over to federal funds, and so we're shifting them back to state funds now where they should be. Section 27, Offices of the Governor. Under the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, Section 27, you'll just see where we're pulling out the Office of Health and Strategy and Coordination and putting it into its own separate program. You'll see that move at 27.3.7, and then you'll see it re-enter at 27.4.2. Also, language item at 4.3, dealing with all payer claims database, and then recognizing the one analyst that's going to be needed for the collection and reporting of nursing and hospital data. And then moving on to 27.4.5 is actually just a language item in dealing with aggregating and consolidating all of that hospital data as well. Under GEMA at 27.6.5, you'll see an increase in funds for their career retention plan as part of the law enforcement package of this body. Moving on to the Governor's Office of Student Achievement, you'll see a couple of reductions there, but again, just in the name of transparency and allowing everybody to be able to see things better, we've broken out the Governor's Honors Program and the Governor's School Leadership Academy into their own two separate programs at 27.9 and 27.10. Under the Office of the Child Advocate at 27.11.4, you'll see the addition of 2 investigative positions there to expand or to investigate any of those things dealing or related to children. Under Human Services, under After School Care, just the recognition of being able to use some federal funds and pull back some of the state funds under that program at 28.36. You see an addition there for services to at-risk girls. Many of you in Middle Georgia in the Macon area are very familiar with the PACE Center and what they're doing with many of these young females, and we're looking to make sure that that's something that we can replicate across the state. Under Child Support Services, you'll see the first entry there at 28.4.6 and 4.7 as it relates to the SAGs on child support services and also the paralegals under that program as well, taking them to the $77.50 rate for the attorneys and $40 an hour for the paralegals. Moving on under Child Welfare Services, an add there to our CASAs, our court-appointed special advocates, very active in our communities. They're kind of the backbone in many ways as it comes to child welfare services as they engage into the court system. And so what this will do will allow them to expand their capacity to be in every county in the state now. I'm very happy about that. 28.5, 10, and 11, again, the SAGs and the paralegals. At 28.7.7, you'll see a move right there down into the elder and community living services. I'll talk about that just in a second. SAGs again at 28.86 and 28.87. Moving on to 28.95 and 28.96. I noted just a second ago a move out of the administration into this program as it relates to Alzheimer's. Thank you to all of you that are here wearing purple today. Most of y'all know that that's kind of my tradition when I present the budget. Then I wear purple in honor of my mother. This year is a little stronger because it's in honor of my mother-in-law too. We lost her back in January to Alzheimer's. And so folks talk a lot of times about legacies and what you're going to leave behind. And if there's anything that I hope is my legacy is what we've done to expand services for Alzheimer's patients across this state. So within Elder and Community Living Services, you'll see an addition there at 28.95 for the Dementia Care Specialist Program. They'll work with all the AAAs across our state, our area councils on aging. It's 28.96. You'll see the Georgia Memory Net program and the addition of an additional hub to be located out into the state so that these families and these patients have services closer to them than having to drive from South Georgia to Atlanta to see the top of the line folks at Emory. Emory has been an incredible partner with us in this program. We've established sites across this state. We'll be establishing more sites across this state, and the addition of $3 million there helps us stand up one more site. It also helps us expand the telemedicine capabilities within that program. At 28.97, you'll see more funds for the non-Medicaid home and community-based services, an addition there. And then at 28.12.4, another one of those things that has been a priority of this house is dealing with our foster children. And what you'll see there is an addition to the clothing allowance for these children of $275 in addition to what they already get for these families. They're hosting these children in their homes and trying to make sure that they're clothed and adequately clothed to go to school and participate in activities across the state. Under Family Connection at 28.18.1, Our friends at Family Connection, again, another one of those entities that's in every one of our communities across the state. We're restoring the cut from FY21, but also making a slight addition there for a program that they're going to be rolling out as it relates to mental health as well. Remaining on in community services, moving on down to the Vocational Rehabilitation Agency at 2823.7. There was some cash put in for some maintenance and repairs that they need on some of their facilities. However, we have found that they have about $9.5 million in outstanding or existing bond balances that they can spend for those improvements. You'll see some additions then for independent living services, for the Commission on Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and then at 2823.10, an addition to allow them to open back up those priority service categories that they had to close down as we came up short on cash a couple of years ago during the dip with COVID. And then a restoration of funds for the Georgia Radio Reading Service at 2823.11. Moving on to the Office of the Insurance Commissioner, you'll see at 29.4.7, just the recognition of the fees that they collect within that office. Those fees are used for investigative services in many different ways, whether it be elevators or hazardous materials, compliance with manufactured housing, carnival rides. They have to do all of those inspections. So what we're doing is allowing them to keep the vast majority, about $3.8 million in those fees, and then pulling back about $383,000 in state funds that are above what they're needed for those positions. And then at 29.4.8, part of the behavioral health package is the inspector that they will need to have in place as it relates to mental health parity with the insurance companies. Under GBI, at 30.1.6, throughout GBI, we'll be adding an additional 67 positions in the crime labs, medical examiner's office, investigative divisions, and all of that. And so they're needing some additional help as it relates to human resources with the increased workload that those individuals will bring with them. At 30.1.7, you'll see an add there of $1.1 million for capital maintenance and repairs at their headquarters. Then moving over to 30.3.6, you'll see 6 additional positions on top of what the governor had already recommended for those medical examiner offices to address their workload. And then at the death investigator specialist, you'll see an addition there that we've added at 30.3.8, and trying to put some parity in there as it relates to 25 of their employees, and then increasing about 207 crime lab scientists. 30.3.9, again, part of the law enforcement package as it relates to trying to get through the backlog of chemistry and firearm cases. Then moving down to 30.4.7, just annualizing 4 positions we had added in the amended budget for elections investigations. And then dealing with the gang task force, adding 15 additional special agents and 6 criminal investigators and 1 help desk analyst there, and again, part of the law enforcement package. 30.5.7, you'll see the local first responder grants to help local communities be able to equip their law enforcement personnel. Then under the CJCC, the accountability courts, you'll see some additions there. Most of those additions all deal with the law enforcement package, but your first one at 30.6.6 also deals with the mental health package as it addresses the expansion of the mental health accountability court and court managers. But you'll also see that those other items tie directly to things related to either things that law enforcement run into or our mental health professionals run into. Under juvenile justice, section 31, you'll see throughout it also an additional $2,000 on top of the $5,000 COLA for those JCOs. Again, in testimony from the commissioner, we found that they have a 90% turnover rate within those COs. He came to see me the other day, and he was happy. He was talking about the great improvement they had made on their retention. And I said, well, you're at 90%. He said, yeah, but we were at 97%. And I said, I got you. I understand completely. At 31.3.9 and also at 31.411, you'll see a reduction in funds there. Those two items were funded in the amended budget with cash, but you'll also see the $2,000 adjustment for those individuals as well. Moving into the Department of Labor, the labor budget is a little smaller than what it had been, and it's because of really one move that's being made as it relates to the Workforce Investment Act and moving that under the Department of Technical and, under TCSG, Technical College System of Georgia, so that we can better align those delivery of services to the end users, but also better align those services to the needs of employers. These individuals, it's envisioned, will be co-located in the Department of Labor offices across the state as employees of the TCSG system. But when those individuals come in and find that they're lacking one certificate or a little bit of training here or there to be able to apply for either this job at $14 an hour or this job at $23 an hour, all they need to do is one more certification or one more little bit of education. It will allow them to be instantly plugged into the technical college system to get that additional certification. You'll see a slight reduction at 32.2.1 dealing with the Chief Labor Officer bill being vetoed last year. And then you'll see also throughout the Department of Labor the understanding that until they get to October 1st, those employees on the $5,000 COLA do need to be covered with state funds until they can renegotiate those federal contracts, because the vast majority of their people are funded with federal funds. Under the Department of Law, you'll see an addition there of 3 more positions in the Human Trafficking Division, bringing that to 6 total. Moving on down under Natural Resources, Section 34. 34.2.6, those funds come out here, but they do go back in under Parks and Recreation. I'll show you that item in just a second. 34.2.7, just recognizing as a language item those SAGs that we'd mentioned earlier that they sometimes use for enforcement of boating under the influence laws in the state. Moving on under environmental protection, you'll see at 34.3.6, another small group of individuals that we had to make sure could get to the new federal fiscal year with a $5,000 COLA. Then at 34.3.7, you'll see an adjustment there. Again, a parity issue, but a retention issue, a huge retention issue in EPD as it relates to environmental compliance specialists and their engineers, trying to get them up to a market salary there. 34.6.5, you'll see the addition of 22 game wardens that we had to eliminate in the 21 budget due to cuts. But at 34.6.6, you'll see the recognition of the inflating gasoline prices right now that are projected to go into November. And so what we're doing there is putting $750,000 to buy gasoline and diesel fuel for those so they can stay in the road. You'll see a similar addition under the Department of Public Safety for our State Patrol here in a little bit as well. 34.7.6, we had a bill just a little bit earlier Representative Lim had as it related to the Council of American Indian Concerns, some additional funding for their activities as well as the per diem that are paid to their volunteer members there. 34.7.7 is the $10.55 million coming back in as it relates to facility improvements there and the expansion of use of these facilities across the state during the COVID pandemic. And again, folks started coming because of COVID, but they've continued to come because they realize what a hidden gem these parks are. 34.7.8, the Sam Short Line is our only state rolling state park. As the railroad that runs down there, they took a heavy hit during the pandemic when they had to shut down, so we're trying to alleviate some of the issues that they're having and make sure that they can maintain a safe operation. Under pardons and paroles, no changes. Under Section 36, State Properties Commission, you'll see just one little change there. The 2 Peachtree migration plan, we funded that in the amended budget, so it's not necessary to fund it in the big budget. Under public defenders, another bill that Chairman Gunner had just a little bit ago deals with the public defenders and getting them on some parity with the assistant public defenders and the assistant district attorneys. But you'll see at 37.2.6, 7, and 8, just annualization there of the new judgeships that were created at 37.2.9, 10, and 11. the funds added in for the 3 new judgeships we have created this year. And then juvenile assistant public defenders at 37.2.12, and then at 2.13 and 14 deal with the parity issue as well. 37.2.15, you'll see an ad there for 3 new conflict offices, and this is part of what we've heard from law enforcement around the state, and it's also included as part of the law enforcement package that this House and this General Assembly are working on this year. Moving on to Section 38, Department of Public Health. You'll see the transfer from DCH I mentioned earlier at 38.1.5, and then at 38.1.6, the expansion to help support the expansion of services for the Sickle Cell Foundation for the testing and the work that they do across our state. I mentioned the public health nurses in my opening comments as well. At 38.3.7, you'll see the first entry of the increase in helping our frontline COVID Army as it relates to the public health nurses at 38.3.7, 38.4.7, 38.5.4, and then we'll see it again in just a minute in grants to county offices. Do want to back up though and mention at 38.4.6, as it relates to McIntosh County, the ambulance provider that they had there is pulling out. It had been a contract provider. Their citizens will be left without ambulance coverage, and so we're trying to get them stood back up and operating. 38.10.4, something that Chair Lady Dempsey's been working on, of course, is dealing with lead testing for our young children. And so you'll see here the addition for the funds for the lead inspectors and the testing machines to support House Bill 1355. 38.10.5, again, dealing with the public health nurses. And then 38.11.5 as it relates to those nurses directly located in the counties to deal with the recruitment and retention needs there. 38.11.6, just allowing some input for grants for improved infrastructure and support in those counties as well. Department of Public Safety, Section 39, Capitol Police Services, 39.2.1 and 2.2. You'll see the $5,000 COLA and an additional $1,000 salary supplement for those individuals because they're used here within the 285 to help combat crime as well. 39.4.7 is to annualize the 10% salary supplement to Troop C that does patrol within 285. And then at 39.4.8, you'll see the addition of 10 additional SWAT unit troopers and 10 additional Nighthawk DUI troopers. Something that I didn't realize until Chairman Hitchens said it the other day, but State Patrol covers 105 counties in this state with SWAT. I just assumed that every county or every city had some type of cooperative agreement internally within the county to cover SWAT, but there are 105 counties that the Georgia State Patrol and their SWAT unit provides that coverage for those. 39.4.9, again, the recognition of increasing fuel prices there. 39.5.7 deals with the 10% salary supplement under the Motor Carrier Compliance Division. And then under the Public Safety Officer Support Program at 39.6.7, another piece of the law enforcement package, adding 2 peer counselors and 1 social worker to that program to help these officers that suffer from PTSD or have had a bad event that they need some help with. Under the Firefighter Standards and Training Council at 39.7.6 and 7.7, dealing with their testing database and the IT support for their program. Under the Public Safety Training Center at 39.9.8, you'll see a reduction in funds there. That was actually funded in the amended budget as well. Moving on to the Public Service Commission at Section 40, you'll see the annualization of costs for the e-filing system at 40.1.7, and then under Utilities Regulation at 40.3.4, you'll see the 8 new positions needed there with a lot of the projects that they have going on across the state. Section 41, University System. If you'll move over first at 41.4.4 under the Enterprise Innovation Institute, or EI squared, you'll see additional fundings for some match money under the ATDC to help with startups and leverage private funding there. It's about a 1-to-1 match or a 4-to-1 match. It's a considerable match that's added there. Removing some one-time funds at 41.8.4 for a program that dealing with cyber training and rural coding that did not get stood up. We'll keep evaluating that going forward. Under GTRI, the Georgia Tech Research Institute at 41.10.6, helping them as they look to stand up STEM programs around the state, primarily in rural counties. That science, technology, and engineering and mathematics programs, we all know that many of the small school systems do not have the resources they need to expand on that, and so GTRI has been kind enough to offer that up as something that they would be glad to help with. Moving on to 41.13.2 under the medical college. Augusta University, our state's medical school there. We'd added funds last year for a one-time foundation grant, but they're continuing to expand their 3+ program, which gets medical students in and out of their residency in 3 years. And so what we've done there is said no to the cut, added an additional $4.8 million to bring that total to $10 million in recognition of the growth of that program. Under public libraries at 41.14.7, you'll see an increase in the per capita grant from 40 cents to 50 cents per capita, or an increase of 10 cents there. Moving on to 41.15.4, you'll see that as a move from the teaching program at 41.18.15, saying yes, we support the program. It actually belongs here in this program under special funding initiatives instead of under the teaching program. Also under special funding initiatives, you'll find program that Chairman Knight has been working on now for about 2 years, maybe 3 years actually, I guess, as it relates to aviation career pathways. Middle Georgia State University has done an incredible job in the program that they have between Macon and Eastman in growing that program. And so what we're doing here and in the bond package is recognition of that and that expansion of those programs to get more of those individuals through the program and into the pipeline, earning very good salaries going forward. At 41.18.1, you'll see a slight adjustment there. It's just a true up. 41.18.3, again, just a true up. Now, when we get to 41.18.8, you'll see that we have said yes in language, but no on funding. This program and a couple of other programs I'll point out here in just a minute are actually A-unit programs. In the university system, there's an A-unit budget and a B-unit budget. The special funding initiatives, the land grant mission at the University of Georgia and at Fort Valley State fall under the B-unit. But under the A-unit are the typical instruction programs, and so those actually reside in the A-unit that the Board of Regents actually approves and says, yes, we will stand up this program. We've never funded these type programs in the teaching formula here, and so what we're seeing is, yes, we're fine with you going on and doing that, but we'll fund it when the time comes in the correct place in the future. Moving on at 41.18.10, again, a merit-based scholarship program, again, not the place that this belongs. We're not saying we don't agree with it. We're just saying that it is not to be created in this particular spot. 41.18.3 and 18.14, again, a couple of items that relate back to that A-unit issue that I mentioned a minute ago. 41.18.15 is the one that got moved back into SFI. And at 41.18.7, University of Georgia Small Business Development Center, SBDC, they're continuing to work with more and more nationalities of folks that are coming through the program. So they were needing some help with some additional multilingual professionals to help them service those individuals that they service. And then under Georgia Military College at 41.23, you'll see some adjustments that are formula true-ups for actual counts there. Department of Revenue, Section 42, no changes. Moving on to Section 43 is Secretary of State. You'll see one recognition of other funds there for the fees that they collect, where they've added some additional personnel, and we're just saying recognize those funds here at that particular place. At 43.5.8, another language item as it relates to the Board of Nursing on collecting the data that we'd mentioned back under the Governor's Office of Health Strategy and Coordination earlier. Moving on to student finance in section 44. You'll see at 44.1.8 in the commission administration, you'll see the addition of some personnel to help administer some of the new programs that we've added. So throughout the law enforcement package and the behavioral health package, you'll see several things that we have added. And we've not only added them in this budget, but we've added them over the last several budgets, especially under the Service Constable Loan Program. So it takes people to administer these programs, and we've been remiss in not funding those in the past. At 44.2.1, you'll see a true up there as it relates to dual enrollment. Under the engineering scholarship at 44.3.1, another true up. Under Hope GED at 44.6.1, a change in the methodology on the payment as it relates to the GED test. We've been funding that upon a $500 grant per participant at the completion of the program. What we're doing here is actually going to pay for the test on the front end. That's the big expense that they have to come up with. So that's allowed for us to capture a little bit of a savings there. Under Hope Scholarships private schools, you'll see an increase of 6% there. And then under public schools, you'll see a true up at 44.9.1 there. Under Service Constable Loans, I'd mentioned that a little bit ago, and you'll see a ad there at 44.15.1 as it relates to the law enforcement package and GBI related to the full-time examiner, medical examiner positions, trying to increase that package to be able to attract those individuals. The National Guard Scholarship, a true up in the formula at 15.2. And then part of the law enforcement package on Service Constable loans for local and state law enforcement officers to be able to pursue degrees in criminal justice or other relevant social science fields for $1.4 million. At 44.15.4, you'll see just the recognition of the $10 million that we'd put in the amended budget for the behavioral health professions student counselable loan program there. Under TEGs or tuition equalization grants at 44.16.1, you'll see a bump there from $850 to $900 for those students. Under teachers' retirement, there's no changes. Under the technical college system, you'll see a few changes there. If you'll look at 46.4.1, you'll see a reduction we made there for a program that's not up and running just yet. We'll continue to monitor that and do what we need to do should it get up and running. At 46.6.10, the Dual Achievement Program pilot, an adjustment or true up on what the actuals have been in that program. At 46.611, a recognition of the high-cost instructional programs that TCSG does, from truck driving to welding, several other high-cost programs that the tuition is just not enough to cover. What we're doing is saying we're going to come in and help cover that. At 46.612, again, part of what Chairman Knight has been working on for several years as it relates to aviation programs. These will be those folks that work on airplanes and make sure that airplanes are running and operating the way they're supposed to. And so just kind of bolstering those programs at several institutions across the state. Now, when I get to transportation, I told you yesterday in the full committee, I've got a cheat sheet that Chairman Perkle has provided for the mind spaghetti that the transportation funding formula is. I'm going to read it off because I can't explain it any better than what it reads right here on this piece of paper. So I'll start with program additions to the GDOT budget include an investment of $10 million to airport aid at 47.1.2. We've restored $1 million, and at 47.1.5, we've increased funding by $9 million. So it's $10 million total. We've also added $10 million to state-owned rail lines at 47.12.12. In the balance of the transportation budget, we ensured dedicated fees were used for the purpose for which they were intended. Transportation trust funds, including the hotel motel tax, EV, and heavy vehicle, are used to fund the ATL, GRETA, CERTA, debt service, and transit. To accommodate the source and use of funds directive, we also utilized fund swaps throughout the transportation budget. Trust fund dollars were replaced with state general funds at 47.1.3 47.10.6, and 12.8 and put into debt service. Similarly, trust fund dollars were replaced with motor fuels at 47.3.2. The bulk of this swap is found in the increase of $14 million in capital construction at 47.2.1, and the balance in the recruitment and retention adjustments at 47.4.2, 5.2, 9.2, 11.2, 13.2, 14.2. Trust fund dollars were replaced with state general funds at the adjustment to recruitment and retention in ports and waterway at 47.10.8 and in rail at 47.12.11, while adjustment to retention and transit at 47.15.10 utilizes both trust funds. While we're looking at the transit program, we did another fund swap, but for a different reason. House Bill 511 provided a cap of 10% of the transportation trust funds would be used for transit. The number was $1.2 million over the cap, and so that adjustment is reflected at 47.15.7 and 15.8. You'll see additional true-ups at 47.6.3 and 6.4 to accurately reflect the base budget for the newly established programs, as shown in rail at 47.12.5 and transit at 15.5. 47.6.1 and 13.1s are true-ups to reflect positions left out of the $5,000 COLA. So there you have that. Again, I refer you back to the sheet that our analyst Abby Day created, the little bubble graph that's on your desk, for probably the best explanation I've ever seen of how transportation dollars are used in the state of Georgia. Moving on to Department of Veterans Services, Section 48. You'll see at 48.2.4 just the recognition that there remains $1 million in the base for the new Veterans Cemetery at Augusta, a new groundskeeper position at the cemetery at Glenville, and a name change or name correction from Veterans Cemetery to Veterans Cemeteries at 48.2.6. And then 48.4.6 is the addition of a suicide prevention and outreach person to specialize in veterans' mental health issues. Section 49, Workers' Compensation Board, there are no changes there, and of course, all of you have already flipped to Section 50 as it relates to bonds, so I won't go over those. Mr. Chairman, if you're still awake back there, and I wouldn't blame you if you fell asleep during that, but if you're still awake back there, that concludes the walkthrough of the tracking sheet, and I'll be glad to attempt to answer any questions that folks may have. I'll take a few. I know everybody's wanting to get home in front of this weather that's moving in later this afternoon, so I won't take but just a few.
Mr. Chairman, that may have been one of your finest efforts. I can assure you that. I've heard several of them.
Thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman, that was kind of a joke, but it turned out not to be.
It turned out pretty good, didn't it?
Mr. Chairman, I want to make two observations. I don't think, in fact, I know, there's not been a penny in that budget since you've been chairman of this committee that you did not know where it came from and where it went to and how it was spent. So,
that's
as
my
a
job.
steward of the as a steward of the people's money of this state, I thank you. The other thing that really was riveting to me as you were speaking. Riveting. No, this really was now, y'all. Several of y'all were dozing. I saw you, and I'm sorry. If I'd had a button, I'd have shocked your chair and woken you up, but I didn't. The speaker may think about that. The House Budget Office and all of the people here that you brag on all the time, is this the first time they've heard this budget? Because they were glued on your every word. I mean,
They were doing a critique to see where I messed up.
well, I want to compliment them. They encouraged, y'all may have encouraged why he spoke so long. Mr. Chairman, I just, while you catch your breath and answer a couple of questions, if you will, you mentioned the word legacy early on in this presentation. And I don't know of another appropriations chair in this General Assembly in the history of it will leave a finer legacy than you will when you leave this place. How you've managed with passion the people's money, as we just alluded to, and how you've managed and dealt with the members, the public who come before you, and this staff is exceptional, and it speaks to the man you are and the beliefs you have. The last thing I would say, even maybe more important than that, is the compassion you've had and you have for the people of this state. As the pastor said this morning, you care and love your neighbor, and you've cared about them in your time here, and I know you will continue to do that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recognize a couple of members, if you will, for there's a couple of questions that we have. With that, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from the 168th House District down on the coast, Representative Williams, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. The gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Will you yield twice?
Well, it depends.
Before I ask the question that I rose to answer, let me echo the majority leader in saying that you have always been a gentleman. You have been more accessible than any appropriations chairman I've served with over the 20 years I've been here. You didn't always give the answer I wanted, but you were honest with your answer, and thank you and certainly your staff for their accessibility. My question is concerning private prisons. I just want to ask, is 100% of the money that has been mentioned for them going to salaries to ensure parity and help reduce the turnover?
Yes, sir. That is certainly what we're doing here. In that addition, it goes into the pockets of those COs that are working in those facilities, that live in those 4 communities that I mentioned earlier, so that they can take care of their families and raise their families, buy food to put on their table. It goes into their pocket. Yes, sir.
With one quick follow-up, thank you too. It's not something that flies above the radar, but thank you for the money for the prevention of suicide among veterans in this state.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, would you take another question?
One more.
Maybe a couple more, Mr. Chairman. That'd be
Okay.
quick. I'll encourage the members to be quick. I'd recognize the gentleman from the 155th who's already helped you, Chairman Perkle, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this budget provides flexibility to meet the federal matching requirements related to the infrastructure bill and also provides clarity in being compliant with the state-owned short line railroads?
Absolutely, it does. And, you know, somebody smarter than us and before us decided that it was a wise investment to invest in those state-owned short line railroads. And we have an obligation as a state to continue to make sure that they're maintained and to a level that's safe, efficient, and affordable to those needing to use them, cross them, or have anything to do with them. Yes, sir.
Will the gentleman for the yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not further true that it has been an honor and a privilege to observe the dedication, the compassion, and hard work of the chairman, and to see lived out the motto of this state: wisdom, justice, and moderation? Is that not true, my friend?
Well, I'll let every member decide on their own on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for you to take one more, maybe.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So the lady in the back from the House District 139, Representative Bentley, has a question to your left.
To the Strawberry Queen. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman England, for your work on this budget. I know you put a lot of hours in, and I certainly appreciate that. But for a point of clarity, I need a better understanding of the raises for state employees. Is something about a dollar amount that will be given on April 1st? I'm not really certain about that, but can you help me to understand what's going to happen on April 1st as it relates to state employees and this $5,000 raise? I just need to be really clear on that.
Sure, absolutely. Within the amended budget, if you recall, the $5,000 raise is handled kind of two ways. And it's all kind of about logistics and how that happens. So, and what the state employees will see on April 1st, or thereabouts, very close to that, will be a one-time payment of $3,750. And then from April 1st on, appearing in their paycheck, divided evenly from there until June 30th, will be an additional $1,250, which overall amounts to a $5,000 raise in this current fiscal year. So when you get to July 1, and doing it that way, coming to July 1, then there will be no change in their paycheck. The $5,000 then will be built in through this budget, through the paychecks all of next year. So we're doing it in a way that doesn't spike their paychecks for the last quarter, but puts them where they're going to be going forward, so they don't get to June 30th and all of a sudden see their paycheck drop because there was $5,000 trying to be pushed out in one quarter. It'll be done in a one-time payment, and then the other $1,250 will then be allocated to them over that remaining 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to call time on this last question. If you'll take it, one more from Representative Chairman David Knight from the 130 House District.
Is he the airplane man?
Yes.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
First of all, to my friend, I want to say thank you. Good times and bad times the state has gone through, but it has gone through it with a steadfast hand. And that's to you, my friend, who has led this state through those good times and bad times. And that's a rough position on both sides of it, but you've done it fairly, and you've done it with all Georgians in mind. So I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
And we're a better state for it. But
well, I've had, if you'll let me just, yeah. I've had some really good partners in the foxhole, yourself included, late Senator Jack Hill in the Senate, the current chairman Blake Tillery in the Senate, as we went through the pandemic last year. All of you and many of you that are chairman of other committees now that have been subcommittee chairs have been in the foxhole with us, with our staff, and it's we couldn't do I couldn't do my job, I couldn't do this job if it hadn't been for folks like you and the others.
Thank you, you're kind. This gentleman for a serious question.
Yes.
Isn't it true that this year, in regards to higher education, this is a very historic budget?
Yes.
And we have done some great things in regards to removing the special initiative fees. We've done some great things as far as resetting the Hope Scholarship so that better aligns with tuition fluctuations and getting everybody up to that 90% level. And isn't it true that this is going to save literally tens of thousands of students, anywhere from hundreds of dollars up to $2,000 and $3,000 a year in higher education?
It will. And I mentioned it a little bit, and I'm glad you asked that question, because I don't know that folks understand the importance of what is being done there in making sure that funding formula is fully funded. Those special institutional fees have been in place since, I think, 2008, am I correct? Are a considerable cost burden to families. So those will be going away. The university system had worked with us and worked with OPB over the fall to make sure that if we were able to do this, that those fees would go away. And so when I got the phone call that everybody had gotten to the right place on that back in the fall, that was a pretty happy day. So I'm glad to see it. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I know that, again, a lot of folks need to go a long ways to get home before the weather hits. But, again, thank you to everyone for your hard work in this. We may not have gotten everything that you wanted, but we tried to get some of what you wanted within this document. Mr. Chairman, I just yield the well at this time and ask everyone's favorable consideration on House Bill 911. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman has yielded the well. We do have another speaker. The lady from the 105th, Representative McLeod, speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone that worked on this budget, and I want to thank Chairman England for always answering my question, and I had a few. And I also want to thank the Biden administration for the funds that have come down to the state of Georgia from the federal government. I remember my first day in session in 2019, and the speaker stated, "Our most important job in this House is to pass a budget for the state of Georgia. The budget lays out our priorities." The budget has some really good stuff in it, like mental health funding, maternal mortality, and sickle cell, and so much more. But the largest budget item is education. It is a disservice to our children, our teachers, and our parents to state that we have fully funded the quality basic education formula since the last time it was updated was 1985, and we are now in 2022. I've offered a pilot program in HB 71 to look at this formula so we can really truly address all the issues that our students and our teachers are facing in public schools. In this budget, there is an increase in the private prisons funds. It went from $127 million to about $140 million. This ensures that we have a thriving school-to-prison pipeline with nice, warm bodies. Let's talk about the #1 state to do business. But it's not the #1 state for employees and workers. The callousness of this, what happened with the labor commissioner, showed poor leadership during a pandemic, and our constituents felt the blunt of the dereliction of duty by the labor commissioner. Many lost their homes, couldn't afford food and medicine because they lost their jobs due to no fault of their own and got no relief from unemployment. I am still getting calls from people who are still waiting. Decisions are being made to strip the power from the next labor commissioner because of the failure of his or her predecessor. Staff, furniture, equipment, workforce development are all being moved to the technical college system. HB 1331 has the appearance of streamlining, but if you look closer, it doesn't allow for the new commissioner to have his or her input in this constitutional office. I'll end here where I began. Our budget is about our priorities. The priorities we invest, the priorities should always be about the people who invest their money in our government, the taxpayer. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair now recognizes Chairman England for a motion.
Hold on, let me find the script.
We got all day. You've taken most of it. There is a little bit of daylight left, but go ahead, take your time.
I know. Mr. Chairman, I move that that House Bill 911 do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman has moved. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 150th House District, Representative Hatchett.
Thank
for
you,
a
Mr.
second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my honor to second the motion of the 23 budget, HB 911.
Representative Hatchett seconds the motion. At this time, we'll call the question on House Bill 911. All in favor will say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. It's very clear the ayes have it. House Bill 911 passes by committee substitute. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from the 116th, Chairman England.
Mr. Chairman, as chairman of the Committee of the Whole House, you are instructed to report the action of the Committee of the Whole House to the House.
The chair recognizes the majority leader of the House, Leader Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House has had under consideration House Bill 911 and has instructed me as its chairman to report the same back to the House with the recommendation that House Bill 911 do pass by committee substitute.
The report of the chairman of the Committee of the Whole House is received. The Committee of the Whole House has had under consideration House Bill 911 and has reported the same back to the House with a recommendation that House Bill 911 do pass by committee substitute. Before I dissolve the Committee of the Whole House, let me add my gratitude to the great job over the last, 10, 11 years, 12 years that's already been said about Chairman England. When I asked him to chair this committee back then, we were in a tough time financially. And so we've been through the good times and we've been through the bad. And you've done an excellent job. And I value the job that you've done. You brought credit on this House. You've rendered great service to the people of Georgia, and you've been my friend. The Committee of the Whole House is hereby dissolved. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The previous question is ordered. Chair hears no objection, so the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Petrie rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that under...
What purpose
I'm sorry, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that under the leadership of Chairman England, our Medicaid budget in this state has grown from $1.8 billion in state dollars to $2.2 billion in state dollars, more than doubling as we have expanded services to the aged, the blind, the disabled, the intellectually disabled, all across this state, the people that Medicaid indeed was created for. Is that not true?
I believe those numbers to be accurate. Have all members now voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 911. The ayes are 155. The nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed, and this House has adopted the House version of the fiscal year 23 budget. All right, back. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1441.
House Bill 1441 by Representative Collins, the 68th, be entitled an act to amend Chapter 38 of Title 43 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to operators of private detective businesses and private security businesses, so as to exempt a certified police officer employed by a licensed private detective business or private security business as an independent contractor from the requirements of said chapter. This bill I refer to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Collins to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House, I bring before you today House Bill 1441. It's a very simple bill. All it does is it exempts post-certified police officers, peace officers in our state from having to register with the Secretary of State's office to work for a private security firm. 23 other states in our nation do this. It's just a good housekeeping measure and also eliminates some red tape. I'll stand for questions if there are any, Mr. Speaker.
You have no questions.
I yield the well. Thank you. Ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 1441.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1441. The ayes are 155, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1069. House Bill 1069.
House Bill 1069 by Representative Williamson of the 115th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating examination treatment for mental illness so as to provide for the licensure of adult mental health programs. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Williamson to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, it's rather an anomaly for me today to stand before you with a bill in front of me, in front of you for your consideration that doesn't deal with finances as the principal subject matter. But what this bill does is it addresses an anomaly we have in our licensing system for adult residential psychiatric treatment centers. Currently under state law, unlike the federal government, which has a sort of a category or licensure for these kind of centers, our adult residential psychiatric treatment centers are forced to go under the licensure of personal care homes. Personal care homes are problematic for this kind of service because personal care homes typically address end-of-life issues or later in life, mobility issues, cognitive issues, things of that nature. At a personal care home, you can have visitors, whomever you want to see, anytime you want to see them. You can have packages delivered that might not be in a residential psychiatric treatment care facility, might not be as could be harmful to people seeking to get well from mental illnesses and such as that. So it also, importantly, in a personal care home, healthcare providers cannot administer medication. So, for example, someone having a psychotic event, they can't come into the residences and administer the much needed medication. They have to transport them to an emergency room at a much higher cost. So this bill, in essence, finds the correct licensure for this medical, it provides a seamless continuum of care throughout the psychiatric community. And it does it in a cheaper manner than the workaround method we're using now. Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll yield the well and ask for the body's favorable consideration.
You have a couple of questions if you care to yield. Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Gilligan to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to.
Well, thank you. I do have a question. As you know, I tend to vote against licensing boards.
I think the
But-
gentlelady's correct on that remark.
Now, I know where the no button is, but I do have a question. When I'm going through this, it seems to me that this licensing board would actually make for more competition and make it better for the consumer to find the care that they need. Am I reading this correctly?
That's absolutely 100% correct. It'll foster more opportunities for Georgians to find the mental health care that they need at a local level. That's a great question.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to yield the well and ask for the body's favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1069. The ayes are 152. The nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1388.
House Bill 1388 by Representative Burchett of the 176th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 913-142 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the requirements of an official legal organ so as to provide an alternative procedure for the designation of the official legal organ. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Burchett to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to present to you House Bill 1388. What this bill does is give some flexibility in assigning the legal organ when your newspaper shuts down. 10 times so far in the state of Georgia, a legal organ has just completely shut down. It happened in my district twice, and in that case, the code as written now, it's fairly strict in the guidelines of how to become a legal organ. You have to have a paid subscription. You can't have 75% or more in advertising in the newspaper. Well, in our case, that would mean that the only legal organ would be a legal organ a county over that doesn't have any subscription in our county, which is not the underlying intent of a legal organ to give notice. And when it happened in our situation, we were without a legal organ for an entirety of a month, which means that many of you with local legislation couldn't do that if it happened to you in your district. What this allows for is that in the event that your legal organ shuts down, you can qualify as an intermediate legal organ if you do not meet the 75% advertising requirement, or if you do not meet the paid subscription element of the current code. And that's the gist of the bill. I'd ask you for a favorable vote and hope you can do that. I appreciate that. And that's all I have, Mr. Speaker.
Do you yield for a question?
For a question, yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Saines to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that I've been honored to represent alongside my colleague Ware County for the last 3 years in the delegation, and that this bill reflects a timely response to not only our particular issue there, but for issues in many rural communities in upholding enterprises, and newspapers are included in that?
Yes, sir. I believe that to be true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 1388, the ayes are 156, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We've been going at it here a little bit. Let's take about a 15-minute break. House will be in recess for 15 minutes.
House will stand at ease until 4:30. House will stand at ease until 4:30.
House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? Clerk will read the caption to a group of privilege resolutions.
Commemorating and honoring the life and memory of Hazel Batchelor Yancey. Recognizing and commending Cade Bailey Ply. Congratulating and commending Jane Rollins for receiving the 2022 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Recognizing and commending Ms. Marcia Denise Ford for extraordinary service and leadership. Recognizing and commending Bobby L. McMillan, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. We're going back to the rules calendar. Going back to the rules calendar. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1384.
House Bill 1384 by Representative Jenkins, the 132nd, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 8223 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to amendment and revision of codes generally so as to require the Department to amend the Georgia State Minimum Standard Codes to authorize certain uses of ungraded lumber. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Jenkins to present the bill.
Greetings, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. House Bill 1384 modifies the Georgia building codes to allow ungraded lumber to be used for structural purposes in uninhabited and residential outbuildings. The use of ungraded lumber will allow farmers and homeowners to have access to lower cost structures and help small business owners who own and operate these small mills gain access to the marketplace. This bill should create a larger market for urban wood and unmarketable timber that typically winds up in landfills and being burned as rubble. I guess to speak to this, just talk a little bit about lumber grading. What this does is this allows ungraded lumber to be used in these structures. Essentially, lumber grading allows lumber to be produced with known qualities. It allows it to be sold, be purchased in large quantities and bought sight unseen. Obviously, in these type applications, that's a lot less important with typically lumber that's produced on someone's own property. In looking for a solution to this, there's several other states who have already addressed this issue. We looked at North Carolina, New Hampshire, New York, and Wisconsin. In working on this bill, this was vetted through the Georgia Department of Agriculture, the Georgia Forestry Commission, the Warnell School of Forestry, the Georgia Forestry Association, and the Georgia Association of Realtors have expressed support for this bill. And pending your questions.
Questions if you care to yield.
I yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Could you expound upon the type of uninhabited dwellings that this ungraded lumber would be used for? I just want to clarify exactly what type of structures this is being used for.
Right. In general, an uninhabited dwelling would be something someone doesn't sleep in. It would be a barn, an outbuilding, not something that would have a bedroom that someone would actually use as a residence.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I further yield.
So would it be a place like where you might keep animals or where you might store things where the integrity of the wood might still be necessary?
Well, yes, integrity of wood is necessary, but that integrity can be assured without formal grading by a private lumber grading organization. We'll still have building inspectors. The carpenters that actually erect the structure will also do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you further yield?
I further yield.
Chair recognizes Chairman Burchett to your left for a question. I'm sorry, to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is this your first bill?
It is my first bill.
Very good. I was going to direct you to line 14 of the bill. It says all laws and parts of laws in conflict shall be repealed. Which laws are we repealing?
Laws in conflict.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes.
Do you further yield?
I'll yield for one more.
Chair recognizes Chairman Knight to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Good answer on that last question, sir.
Okay.
All seriousness on this bill, as this state, I guess, becomes more and more metropolitan, we must remember that in rural areas and with lean-tos, pole barns, things of that nature, that this is a very important bill. And I want to say thank you for bringing it. Thank you for also making sure that we're taking care of the rest of Georgia.
Thank you,
rural
sir.
Georgia.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1384. The ayes are 149, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1331.
House Bill 1331 by Representative Meeks, the 179th, to be entitled an act to amend Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia Antietam relating to labor and industrial relations so as to change certain provisions relating to the State Employment Service in the Employment Security Administration Fund. This bill having referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Meeks to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to bring to you House Bill 1331, 33. It's an important number in a work of literature that I happen to be reading these days, and it's no coincidence of the number of that bill. As legislators and our duty as a whole, it is important that we work and move in the right direction. House Bill 1333 is a bill that does exactly that. Just as a drop of water does not rest where it lands, neither does the legislation that we pass here. The way and what we pass here on this floor ripples across our economy, ripples across the families of Georgia, and impacts every single individual who may be seeking employment due to the pandemic, and changes in their workplace. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WOA, is a 4-title federal program. The funding for 2 of those titles currently reside within the jurisdiction of TCSG, one within the Department of Labor, and then one within the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Services. What this bill does is moves Title III funding from the Department of Labor to TCSG. As we know, and during this past couple of years, unemployment services has been extremely important to Georgians, and the Department of Labor and TCSG both have duplicative services in this area. So it's very important to streamline this program to make sure that the residents of Georgia and those who are seeking employment services get the best opportunities to find training, as it was mentioned earlier by Chairman England, and being directed to those businesses who have opportunities available for the unemployed. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the bill. The hour is late, and I'm very well aware that speech is silver and silence is golden. So with that, I'll yield for a question.
You have a number of questions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
So let's see how much knowledge you have acquired. Chair recognizes Representative Fleming to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman in the well, I appreciate your explanation of the bill. I do think it's important. I was trying to follow some of the things you were talking about initially in your discussion. Given the fact that labor is such an important issue that we're facing in society today, could you talk a little bit, expound a little bit about how your legislation relates to that theory of doing the duty that lies nearest? Could you talk about that a little bit, please?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the opportunity. In doing the duty that lies nearest, the duty right now is making sure that we get the funds to TCSG, that they may better implement the programs that affect Georgians across this state.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Chairman F. Strachan to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for several questions?
Yes, sir.
Representative Meeks, I know you and I have discussed House Bill 133-1 before, and in our previous conversations we talked about what will not work except in silence. What is that?
Only thought.
And we've also talked about what is the unanswerable question.
Who am I?
Representative, have you spent time silently thinking about who you are?
I have.
And how has your consideration and you carrying House Bill 1331 helped to inform you about that?
Doing the duty that lies nearest and working for not ourselves but for others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
The gentleman has wisely yielded the well. We have other members who wish to be heard on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Bodie to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to HB 1331. First and foremost, I would say that the speaker was absolutely correct. The Georgia Department of Labor has had many challenges that we have all had to deal with and help our constituents to deal with, especially during these 2 years of the pandemic. However, I would be voting yes for this legislation only for one reason. I'm going to be voting no, is that this legislation does not have a sunset. Being that it does not have a sunset, this bill will affect General Assemblies and also the Department of Labor, the Commissioner, into perpetuity. Now, I just want to give an example of the reason why we need a sunset. We have elections coming up. All of us in this room are going to have to run for re-election. we're going to have every statewide constitutional officer up for re-election, including the governor, including the labor commissioner. And so, with that being said, why does the labor commissioner of future generations and future years have to suffer because this current labor commissioner did not perform his constitutional duties? And I recall last year, SB 156, bipartisan piece of legislation that pretty much every member in this chamber voted for. That was the Labor Chief Officer Bill, basically an oversight bill. An oversight bill to have the General Assembly and also the Governor's Office to have this current labor commissioner to report every Monday on how many claims are being filed, how many claims are being paid out, how many appeals have been filed, how many appeals have been heard. Every Monday, this General Assembly and this Speaker of the House would have gotten a report. But the governor vetoed that legislation. And the reason why the governor stated it was an overstep of this General Assembly to basically have the constitutional officer, which is the Department of Labor Commissioner, report to the General Assembly. It's a violation of separation of powers. Executive branch, legislative branch. So I'm trying to find out what changed within a year. I'm trying to find out why on page 3 of SB 156, line 48, section H, this code section shall stand repealed on December the 31st, 2022, unless continued in effect by the General Assembly prior to that date. Why does this legislation not have a sunset? I would vote for this bill if the sunset was December the 31st, 2022. This bill will take away some serious powers from a constitutional officer. One of those powers is to operate the career centers across this state, the one-stop shops. That power will be codified and taken away from the Department of Labor Commissioner. Also, the Department of Labor Commissioner will have to basically transfer any funds that goes into the Unemployment Security Administration Fund on line 50, have the money deposited to the Department of Labor Commissioner, and whenever the governor's designee, who is a political appointee and not an elected official, transfer the money into that designee's account. So, we have a federal act that states traditionally across the state, across this country, traditionally the Department of Labor Commission is the one distributing these federal funds. The governor's designee is not elected by the citizens of this state. The governor designee has to answer only to one person, the governor, and not the citizens of the state of Georgia. So I'm going to ask you to vote no, because this is not bad policy at all. We need to have some coverage over this Department of Labor and this labor commissioner, because we all had to pick up the phone and figure out how can we help our constituents when no one from the Department of Labor would pick up the phone and answer the call of the constituents of this state. And we're still answering those calls today, Republican and Democrat. But I'm just asking that we're fair to the next labor commissioner and allow that person to do their job and prove themselves worthy based upon the citizens of the state that vote them into office. I would vote yes if you had a sunset of December 31st, 2022, but I'll be voting no because you don't. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well with no questions.
Is there any, is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1331, the ayes are 90, the nays are 59, the chair votes yea. The bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to serve notice of the intent to have this bill reconsidered on the next legislative day.
Lady has that right. It'll be put down for Tuesday morning, March 15th. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 304.
House Bill 304 by Representative Lott of the 122nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to provide for a tax credit for medical equipment and supply manufacturers and pharmaceutical and medicine manufacturers. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
All right, before we begin this bill, I'm going to ask the clerk to read a rule of this House. Mr. Clerk, proceed.
Rule 135, no member or person shall vote for another member on any question or proposition unless otherwise ordered by the Speaker. Any violation of this rule may be punished by fine, censure, or other action ordered by the House.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, go back and read the caption again to House Bill 304.
House Bill 304 by Representative Loud of the 122nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia Antietam relating to revenue and taxation so as to provide for a tax credit for medical equipment and supply manufacturers and pharmaceutical and medicine manufacturers. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Lott to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, each person in this chamber and nearly all Georgians are being painfully affected by devastatingly high gas prices. These skyrocketing gas prices are making work and family commutes extremely difficult for Georgia families. Today, Georgia has recorded its highest ever average price per gallon at $4.29 a gallon. December of 2020, gas was $2.03 per gallon, and the price has been climbing ever since, now reaching this record high. I am honored to stand here today on behalf of our governor to present HB 304. HB 304 suspends state collections of motor fuel taxes through May 31st of 2022 and will be effective upon Governor Kemp's signature. This suspension covers gasoline, diesel, aviation gasoline, liquefied petroleum, and special fuels such as compressed natural gas. Georgia has suspended a gas tax in the past, and it is critical that we consider this action again today. This body has an opportunity to save Georgians near $157 million each month at the pumps. I would ask each of you to join the efforts of Governor Kemp and Speaker Ralston in providing some much-needed relief to Georgia citizens. Mr. Speaker, I yield for questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
I will yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Park to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do, yes, sir.
So I just had a question. On line 16, why is the date May 31st of 2022 put in here? Is that arbitrary, or is there a specific reason or purpose for it?
So the period was a short time period, and then the governor has the opportunity to do an executive order beyond that if it's necessary, which we would then as a body have to ratify when we return to session.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady further yield?
I do, yes, sir.
So just to clarify, especially in light of the uncertainty that we are experiencing, there will be flexibility provided to the governor to ensure that he does have the ability to lower or remove the gas tax?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill, and I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative McLaurin rise
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
Gentleman has that right. Journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 304, the ayes are 150, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1234.
House Bill 1234 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1511-103, the official code of Georgia Annotated, relating to the right to an attorney in dependency proceedings, so as to provide for the right to an attorney for any child receiving extended care services from the Division of Family and Children's Services. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Ballinger to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill number is simple, 1234. It's a very simple one-page bill. A lot of our juveniles, whenever they age out of DFACS, they decide to sign themselves back in. As many of you recall, I carried the bill that extended DFACS services to 21 here in the state of Georgia. This just allows them to have representation whenever they sign themselves back into DFACS care after they've aged out. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You have a question if you care to yield.
Certainly, I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Cannon to your left for a question.
Thank you. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
How does this bill work in conjunction with the other measure that we passed about the clothing allotment for the year for those who are in these services?
Well, those were for foster children, so I'm not sure. They're obviously receiving services from DFACS. Those services kind of change whenever a child is 18 and independent. I know they provide rent for apartments. They obviously wouldn't do that for a 10-year-old. So I'm not sure about the availability, the array of services that DFACS are offering those 18 to 21-year-olds. But I'll be more than happy to find it for you.
You have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge your favorable consideration.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Bill 1234. The ayes are 151. The nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1193.
House Bill 1193 by Representative Gamble, the 15th, and others, to be entitled An Act to Amend Part 3 of Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to licenses for funeral directors and embalmers so as to provide for reinstatement of a lapsed funeral director's license under certain conditions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Gamble to present the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, we have a bill before you that will absolutely affect the funeral business in our state. This bill does something that our funeral directors have asked for, and that is to allow a funeral director who has a lapsed license to simply renew their license. Now, if they renew the license, they have to complete all the continuing education that's currently required to meet the satisfaction with the Funeral Service Board, and they have to pay all the fees associated with what they would have paid had they continued to keep their license renewed. It also removes the limitation of being able to apply for apprenticeship twice, and it just removes that altogether so that there is no limit. This is a good bill, and I would ask for this body's favorable consideration. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to entertain any questions at this point.
Well, you've got a few.
All right.
Chair recognizes Representative Momtahan to your right for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield to my good friend from Paulding County.
Well, thank you. Just have a quick question. Does this mean that these funeral directors can bring their license back from the dead?
This absolutely means that they can come back from the dead.
Thank you for the bill.
Thank you for your question. Happy to entertain any more questions. Otherwise, I'm going to yield the well and ask for your consideration.
Well, does that mean you yield or you don't yield?
Well, I'll take one more and then I'm going to get out.
One more. Okay, let's see. How about Chair recognizes Chairman Nix to your right for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
I hate to say this, but he got my question early there, so I'm going to let you go.
Okay. Thank you so
Well,
much.
you got one more I think you probably ought to take.
All right. I will.
Chair recognizes Representative Bentley to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield for my good friend, yes.
Is it not true, my dear friend, that this bill makes the Strawberry Queen very, very happy?
That is true, and I'm happy to do that.
Is it not further true, my friend, that this bill is going to make me wear my big hat on next Tuesday?
That is definitely true.
And you know, the big hat means the more they paid for the services. The bigger the hat, So thank you so much for your work on this bill, because I'm very happy on this Friday that this bill is going to be passed by every member of this House of Representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much.
You still want to yield? He has yielded the well. Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of House Bill 1193, the ayes are 150, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. House Resolution 594 was reconsidered previously by this body and is back on the general calendar and is called at this time. The clerk will read the resolution to House Resolution, or the caption to House Resolution 594.
House Resolution 594 by Representative Smith, the 70th, proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to provide that county and municipal governing authorities shall be authorized to grant temporary tax relief to property severely damaged or destroyed as a result of a disaster. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, the committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes the chair of the Natural Resources and Environment Committee, Chairman Lynn Smith, to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I don't know how many of you this morning were very moved by the sermon we had today from Reverend Russell Bart, and he talked about the greatest commandment, which is love the Lord thy God with all their heart, soul, mind, and spirit. But he spent most of his very excellent preaching time on love your neighbor. And he was pointing out to us that at times we get very confused about where priorities should be. And as tornadoes drop quickly out of the heavens, I'm hoping today from his talk to us this morning, we're going to create manna today instead of a tornado. We have some members who've already left because of the fear of the storm. But we have an opportunity now, I hope, to make a decision, not for ourselves, but going forward for those who might face the same catastrophe that my community faced. And our delegation stood before you and explained to you how devastating it was. So let me recap for you the description of the bill. House Resolution 594 would allow temporary property tax relief for disaster-damaged properties which are located within a nationally declared disaster area. This bill came about because, speaking to local city officials, county officials, they were lamenting the fact that a property owner who lost a house at the end of March paid property tax on something they didn't have to the end of the year. I was told it could not be changed, it could not be done, and with the help of the Ways and Means Committee, we did present to you an idea, a concept, and it almost had the votes it needed the first time we voted, like just a few votes. So I hope this evening that the spirit we hear is not partisan, but more manna from heaven. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
You have a question? You have a question? Okay. Do you yield for a question? It's up to you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield for a question. It depends upon where it came from, though.
Let's Let's not start that now. Chair recognizes Representative Donahue to your left for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. And I appreciate your heart. And that was a great message this morning. Wanted to kind of let you know that we have to be here and help each other as neighbors. But when is the temporary? What does the date or temporary mean?
And so this is, in its fact, temporary, but it's also permissive. And so the action will be created by a general bill if this constitutional amendment passes. And then your local governments, faced with this type of disaster, would meet. They're not obligated to any restrictions we place upon them. It is in their determination what that county or community can afford to do to help give relief to the impacted victims.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No
Mr.
further
Speaker,
questions.
I yield the well before the next storm
no
comes my way.
further questions. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of adopting House Resolution 594 will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of House Resolution 594, the ayes are 150, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representative Ballinger, the 23rd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding parks, historic areas, memorials, and recreation, so as to revise provisions of law regarding the use or possession of any handgun. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Mandy Ballinger to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberty, freedom, a lot of these things get bandied around here at the House. This bill, 1358, the Chairman Meadows Bill Act, is to allow people to get the government out of their way. We live in precarious times. There's evil in the world. We need to protect ourselves. And this bill allows us to do so without having to pay money to the government to do it. All of our other constitutional rights assured to us don't require a fee to the government to exercise. We can say what we want, we can assemble, we can worship as we please. All of these rights, none of them we have to pay for. But this bill gets the government out of our way and allows us to do what we need to do in these precarious times. These are law-abiding citizens. There are a lot of federal prohibitors out there. Obviously, we can't change those. But those law-abiding citizens need to be able to exercise a fundamental constitutional right without interference or payment to the government. Mr. Speaker, the hour, I know, is very late. People are very tired. So that's the end of my remarks. And I'm not going to yield for questions. I don't think anybody here is going to be persuaded one way or the other by my answer. or anything else. If anybody has any legitimate questions about the bill, I'm happy to answer those. Come see me over there. A lot of people have signed up to speak, so we have plenty of time to answer those individual questions, and I'll be more than happy to do that. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Rules Committee limited debate to 30 minutes to each side. I'll let y'all allocate that between yourselves. Chair recognizes Representative Hutchinson to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time in the well for a speech, so here we go. I'd like to start by saying that I am a concealed carry permit holder. I want to repeat that. I am a concealed carry permit holder. Because there seems to be a misconception that you cannot advocate for gun safety and be a gun owner at the same time. I can see lots of my colleagues who I know have concealed carry permits, but they can also advocate for gun safety. I'll be honest, I am a city girl. I was born and raised in the suburbs of New Orleans before we had to worry about carjackings. There was no reason for us to have a gun, none. My dad, he's a city boy, same thing. His parents did not have guns. He didn't have guns. He didn't need one. He was in a place of safety. My mother's family, on the other hand, lives in rural Louisiana. The Mississippi River is in their backyard. The Gulf of Mexico is about 3 blocks away in the front. Tons of critters. My grandfather shot everything that was moving in his yard, except for his grandchildren, thankfully. We never had guns in my house, and I chose not to have a gun when my kids were little because of the statistic that if we had a gun in the house, we were more likely to shoot each other than we were to someone breaking into my house. But in 2020, I was watching a presidential debate. And during that debate, it was told to people with some of the worst behavior to stand back and stand by. Stand back, but stand by. I immediately grabbed my computer and bought a gun online. I live 1 country block away from Academy Sports. I bought the gun online. I got an email that said, your gun's ready for pickup. Walked down the street, picked up the gun, no problems. But the salesperson said, what happened last night? I said, I don't know, what happened last night? He said, I don't know either, but we ran out of guns last night. We sold out of guns last night. So I wasn't the only one who thought, that is a bad omen to stand back and stand by. But I also, in the same day, signed up me, my husband, and my 2 kids for gun safety classes. Not gun target practice, not going to the shooting range and practice. We had sit-down classes with my entire family. Now you fast forward to today, and I'm an empty nester. Now usually when I say that, I do a cartwheel, but since I'm wearing a dress, I'm not going to. My kids are both in school in the UK. The biggest reason why they're in school in the UK is because it's cheaper. And you can ask me about that later. But another reason why they're in the UK is I do not have to worry about my kids getting shot in the UK. The US has gun deaths 100 times more than they have in the UK. Even the police do not have guns. I am the mother of a black 18-year-old child. He's still a child to me. I don't have to worry about him getting shot in the UK. People ask me, don't you miss your kids? They're so far away. No, because they're safer there. They are safer in the UK than they are in Snellville. That's a big deal for me. I'm not losing sleep about my kids in the UK because even the cops don't have guns. Now, When I was a new candidate, I went to all the new candidate trainings. One of those trainings, it was several days, and I connected with this lady there. And we had meals together, we were in groups together. And at the end of that training, we had to give our stump speech. Now, my stump speech was mediocre at best, but her stump speech, she started with, "I am the mother of Jordan Davis." And it had to be a couple of weeks before that I watched the movie, or the documentary, 3.5 minutes, 10 bullets. And that is the documentary of Jordan Davis's murder. As a mom, that documentary was gut-wrenching, and it was fresh in my mind. So when she got up and she said, "I'm the mother of Jordan Davis," that was her only child who was murdered that day. I lost it. I was so overwhelmed by emotion that day that she wound up comforting me. It was her child that died, but she comforted me because I was so emotional that day when she said that. And as a mother, that is the worst possible thing that can happen to me. Something happens to my kids. That's why they're in the UK, and that's why I feel good about them being in the UK, and I would be afraid if my 18-year-old black son were here. So I don't really care about it's not the gun, it's the person, or this is our unfettered constitutional right. I thought voting was an unfettered constitutional right, but we got all kinds of hoops we got to jump through now. The fact is, our kids are dying. They're dying. And I know that this is a bipartisan goal to make Georgia safe enough for my kids to come here and me not lose sleep thinking my 21-year-old black girl and my 18-year-old black boy is out in the line of fire. And I know that that's a bipartisan goal. And for that, I ask you to vote no to this measure to keep our kids and our neighbors and our families safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Roberts to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm also going to start with, I'm pro Second Amendment. When I was about 10 years old, a man was selling cleaning products door to door, and he tried to force his way into our home. Luckily, a neighbor had called just before to warn us, but I remember my mom going and buying a gun almost immediately afterwards, going to the sheriff's office to train and get her permit. I believe we should be able to protect our families. That said, like the majority of Americans and Georgians, I believe in common sense regulations such as background checks. Permitless carry would allow people to carry guns openly or concealed without a weapons carry license or criminal history check, thereby dismantling Georgia's system of responsible gun ownership. It would also deprive law enforcement of this vital check, which seems completely inconsistent to me because all of us in this chamber support law enforcement. Now, I know the response is going to be, but criminals don't apply for carry permits. Well, I have some statistics from Kevin Holder, the Executive Director of Council of Probate Judges. Now, all counties report the total number of applications processed, but the law doesn't require them to report denials. So these numbers are probably underreported. In 2018, 2,654 applications were denied, and 11 counties didn't report, including 3 of our largest. In 2019, 2,854 permits were denied, 11 counties still not reporting. In 2020, 5,292 denials with 4 counties not reporting, including Gwinnett, which has over 1 million people. Guess what the #1 reason is for a denial? Criminal history. Mental health history is also another one that a judge can deny a permit on. So let that settle in. More than 5,000 applicants, likely with criminal or mental health histories, were denied a carry license. The other thing, just like Representative Hutchinson talked about, I have a daughter graduating from high school, and one of the reasons that I am supporting her going to Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland, is because it has always terrified me that you can carry guns on college campuses. And now we are removing, in light of increased mental health, we're all seeing the mental health numbers skyrocket. And we all know on college campuses we have excessive drinking. So again, we're relaxing the minimal restrictions we have. And so I feel safer with her going to college in Ireland. I know y'all are tired. I know you've heard these. I know it's not going to change your vote. But I got to tell you, I have constituents who are terrified for their children, for their families. I will never forget in early February 2018 when Bridget, my daughter, came home from middle school describing for the first time an active shooter drill. She talked about how scary it was to have to crawl on a shelf in a closet and sit in the dark for what felt like forever. Made me start thinking about what kind of drills I did as a child. I'm from Dalton, Georgia. We did tornado drills in the South, right? My dad's job moved us to California, so middle school and high school, we did earthquake drills. But it makes my stomach turn that our children are sitting in dark spaces fearing for their lives that a shooter is going to take them out. I can't even handle it. And that was early February 2018. 2 weeks later, I found myself sobbing on the sofa again as the Parkland incident, was on the screen of my TV. And I got angry because I realized it had been 6 years since we watched babies being killed at Sandy Hook, and not a damn thing had changed. I signed up to run for office 2 weeks later. And guess what, y'all? Nothing has still changed. Instead, you're wanting to relax what little check we have. And why? What for? Because it's inconvenient for law-abiding citizens to fill out a form? Oh my goodness, I just told you statistics that more than 5,000 people were denied permits, likely because of criminal history and mental health. So I gotta ask you, we don't know how many people we kept safe by denying those permits. But I gotta ask you, if you thought filling out that little piece of paper might stop a non-law-abiding citizen or somebody with a mental health history from hurting one child in this state, wouldn't you just prioritize filling out the paper instead of the inconvenience? I'm sorry. When did we become this society that it's all about, we're so self-centered, it's my freedom, my rights, my. This filling out a paper is just inconvenient. It's a common sense check that keeps our law enforcement safe and could keep our families safe. So if you have any, I plead with you, please say no to this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilson to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, before we take this vote, I have some tough questions to ask. Why is it that we will not listen to law enforcement on this issue? Why is it that the people in this room think that they know better than our law enforcement officers, our sworn deputies, on how to keep our communities safe? With this bill, we're not being proactive in preventing gun violence. We're being reactive for political gain. That's all this is. Over the last couple of years, during the pandemic, we had an uptick in violent crimes in communities that I live in. And it was covered all over the news, and we had multiple hearings under the Gold Dome to address this. Were those hearings just for show? We had law enforcement officers, chiefs of police that were asked, what can we do? What can we as lawmakers do to make our streets safer, to make your jobs safer? Do something about all the guns. That's what they said. Do anything. Require a lockbox in the car. Don't force us to resell the firearms that we confiscate. Help us do anything to limit the number of guns. But this is an election year. In fact, my memory is long enough to remember the governor promising when he ran in 2018. But this bill could not be more misguided. Because let's be clear, this is an extreme policy position. We're saying you need a license to drive a car, but not to have a gun. How does that make any sense? I won't belabor the point here because I think this year especially, we've all witnessed the pressures that the majority party is under. Pressure to cater to far-right activists that are so disconnected from reality, they cannot be reasoned with. Almost every session, you give them a nibble of what they want. But this is a whole lot more than just a nibble. So even if you won't vote against this measure, I just want you to think seriously about the consequences of us being unable to know that firearms in this state are in safe hands. It is going to mean more crime, more shootings. More guns equal more shootings. It's not complicated. It's very simple, in fact. If that is the manufactured crisis that you want to happen so that you can continue to take political advantage of it, then I guess it may make sense. But I certainly don't agree with it. And we know for a fact the majority of Georgians, the vast majority of Georgians, do not agree with it. So for the sake of our communities, I ask that you vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we have others that wish to speak, and so the chair recognizes Chairman Setzler to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I rise today in support of HB 1358, which, when you break it down, is a common sense bill. It's a common sense bill, and I'm sad to see that members of the minority party are trying to make accusations that this is being done for political gain. They make reference to election year and these kinds of things. But if we boil down the circumstance about someone having the ability to exercise their basic right to self-defense, the basic right to defend themselves, we find that weapons carry licenses, when it really comes down to it, only do one thing. Weapons carry licenses only prevent law-abiding citizens from being able to defend themselves when they really, really need to. Lawbreakers don't need a weapons carry permit. They're going to break the law. They're going to perpetrate violence and crime like Sandy Hook and Charleston, South Carolina, some of the things that were alluded to earlier. Those violent crimes were not perpetrated by law-abiding citizens. They were perpetrated by killers intent on killing others and breaking the law. The reference was made to the mentally unstable. Mentally unstable people who are intent on using firearms to create terror do so by breaking the law. The only impact that weapons carry permits have is if someone is in need to defend themselves, to prevent them from doing it. Because law-abiding citizens who follow the law, who would otherwise need a permit to carry a firearm to defend themselves, would be inhibited from doing it as a law-abiding citizen. So as I talk to folks, and as folks here in Georgia are listening to this debate, let's boil it down to what this is really about. My mom's a very, very small lady. She's 4'11", and has always been the person of very slight build, not super athletic. And I can imagine if we were in downtown Atlanta, and my mom is a young mom, there's moms out there all across Georgia and all across the metro area that would look much like her, a very petite lady. Imagine her pushing a baby stroller down the street in metro Atlanta. Imagine, to their horror, hypothetically, we can imagine this though, that someone were to jump out and try to snatch her child. I mean, if someone were to snatch the child of that person, a big athletic man, and jump in a truck or a van and drive away, does she have the ability to defend herself and her child with her own hands? Of course not. She is physically being dominated by somebody who's athletically just overwhelming to her. I know a good friend who actually served with us in this General Assembly that had trained a constituent of his who never thought that she would need a firearm, but 3 months after she had decided to carry one, was actually downtown in Lenox Mall, and she was loading Christmas presents into the back of her car, and a man came up behind her and said, "Ma'am, I'm going to take your purse from you," and was going to take her purse. Having availed herself of the opportunity to carry a firearm, she turned and pulled up on him. The man kind of freaked out, didn't expect this petite young lady to be carrying a firearm, and withdrew immediately, and she was saved, and she saved herself without firing a shot, but by having that equalizer. Friends, people who don't have the ability to carry that equalizer with them expose themselves to dangers that we can only think about in horror. And the reason HB 1358 is so important, friends, is because many people, when threats present themselves, don't have time to go down to the probate court judge's office, get their fingerprints, get things sent back to them, go through the process and have a permit sent to them in a period of weeks. In fact, in many counties, my county in particular, during COVID, there was a process. You had to register online, you had to schedule an appointment. It was a really, really long and drawn out process. But whether it's a long and drawn out process in your county or whether it's something that happens in 1 or 2 or 3 weeks, if a threat is made on your life that's not anticipated, if for the first time in your life, you, whether you're a big, strong, athletic male or a small, slight, petite woman like my mom and family members, if a threat is made on your life that you know you can't defend yourselves, you're terrified, otherwise rendered fearful to stay in your house, you don't have time to go get a concealed carry permit. You don't have time to get a weapons carry permit and wait the weeks it takes to get that in. Friends, if you're a person like many Georgians, when you need to defend yourselves against potential aggressors, you don't have weeks to wait when seconds count. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, 1358 is a common sense bill because in spite of all the images created by the minority party in challenging this, common sense tells us lawbreakers don't need a permit. The only thing only people that are inhibited by this weapon carry license is law-abiding citizens who follow the law and would otherwise need to defend themselves. Nothing in this law requires Georgians to carry a firearm. If you as a Georgian don't want to carry a firearm, don't carry one. But if you as a Georgian feel the need to, or if you don't feel the need to today, but the time comes in which you do, your family is threatened, or you feel a threat that emerges very quickly, this bill provides you the ability to protect yourself, provide the equalizer that's essential to preserve you and your family. And I think it's a good common sense law that we can all support and be proud of. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Chair recognizes Chairman Heath Clark to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something I don't do a lot. I've been here for 8 years, and it's very rare for me to get in the well to speak to somebody else's bill. But I'm here today to speak in support of this bill. And I know there's people that are good people, honest people, caring people, that we're just going to disagree on this legislation. But I just want to explain why I'm supporting this bill and why I would try to urge some of the people who might be on the fence to support this. First of all, this bill does not change who can carry or where you can carry. It simply says if you meet all of the qualifications that the state has laid out to be able to carry a firearm in this state, that you can carry that firearm without having to ask permission and pay what is essentially a tax. That's the bill. The state has laid out all the requirements to qualify to carry a firearm. And if you meet those qualifications, you can carry. In fact, most people, what we know in other states, 16 other states have passed this legislation as of yesterday, and most people in those states still apply for a license. Why is that? Reciprocity in other states and expedited gun purchases. When you show up at a licensed firearm dealer with a Georgia weapons carry license, they know that you have a valid background check, and so you're able to receive that firearm in a more expedient way. If you do not have a Georgia weapons carry license and you go to purchase a firearm, they have to run a background check on you. That's the federal law. You know, there's a lot of talk out there about gun show loopholes and all of that. There is no such thing. That is a misconception that there is no such thing as a gun show loophole. The people at a gun show are federally licensed firearm dealers, and in order for them to sell a firearm, they have to have a background. You have to have a background check. So, most people would still elect to receive the Georgia weapons carry license so that they can expedite their gun purchases and have reciprocity in other states. So, it was mentioned earlier about we're being proactive and not reactive, and that's not totally true either. One thing that we've seen through COVID, I believe one lady was speaking about purchasing a firearm, and they showed up at Academy, and they were talking about all the guns being sold out, and that was something that happened during COVID. And we saw that. But what wasn't talked about a whole lot was the significant delays in people being able to receive their Georgia weapons carry license when the courts were shut down during COVID. That has not been publicized, that has not been talked about, and that is an infringement upon the Second Amendment. You could go purchase a firearm, but you cannot possess and carry that firearm outside of your house or car, because the courts of this state did not process, and there's still a huge backlog. We're talking longer than 6 months in some cases to receive that Georgia weapons carry license. So that is an infringement upon the right of that person to be able to carry and exercise their Second Amendment right. What good is owning a gun if you can't, a firearm, if you can't carry it to protect yourself and the purpose that people have purchased those firearms to begin with? I know one speaker mentioned voting and how we have to jump through loopholes to vote. I would disagree with that, but let's compare the two. Currently, to go vote, you show up and you present your license and validate who you are, and then you're given a card and you go into the booth and you vote. You cast your ballot. You go put it, and then you take the paper, you put it in the machine, it casts your ballot for you. Compare that to what we do with guns. You go to a store, you present your license to validate who you are, and they do a background check and see if that's who you are, and they validate that. But in order to carry that firearm, you have to go and then fill out more paperwork, get a license, a concealed carry license, and then you can carry it and pay a $75 fee. If we're going to really compare the two, that would essentially be we need to start charging a poll tax again and make people pay to practice the fundamental right of voting. And I would disagree with that, just like I disagree with forcing people to pay a tax to carry their firearm. And so, like I said, Mr. Speaker, 16 states have already put this into practice. A lot of the concerns we've heard have not been played out in those states. And I would just urge people, if you're on the fence right now, still on the fence about this, again, this bill doesn't change who can carry or where you can carry. It just simply says if you meet the qualifications that we have laid out for you to exercise your Second Amendment right, that you can do so. And that's the bill, Mr. Speaker. And I would just urge people to vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield the will.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. We have a minority report, and then we have the chairman's time. 20 minutes for the minority report and 20 minutes for the chair's time. Chair recognizes. What purpose does the minority caucus whip rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we table House Bill 1358.
Gentleman has moved that House Bill 1358 be tabled. All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed to tabling will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 52, the nays are 91. The motion fails. We go on now to the minority report, and the chair recognizes Representative Holly for the minority report. Gentlemen, suspend. All right, this House will come to order. House will come to order. We have a minority report and chairman's time. They're entitled to your respect. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something as I sat here and I remembered, actually I have to even say this because I've never spoken to a bill from the well before. I'm just thankful to God for allowing for me to be here in this place. I used to work within walking distance down that way for judges, who included Judge Kimberly Warden, who I know is looking down from heaven right now. And I'm just happy I'm be here, and hopefully I can make you proud. Coming to you today, I rise to ask you to join me in voting no for this bill. Much to like my colleague from the 35th came here and I'm able to speak about how it was so important for us to look at law-abiding citizens. But then at the same breath said that those same law-abiding citizens would find it too cumbersome to go before a constitutional officer in a probate court and get an approval through a permit. We look at line 68 of the bill, and it tries its best to define lawful weapons carrier. But no matter how you define it, there are only just carriers. just as there are only citizens and not law-abiding citizens. We're just citizens. Jails all across Georgia are filled with folks who thought they were law-abiding citizens until they were not. We all tell ourselves that we're going to obey each law until someone we love gets harmed. Maybe a daughter of yours, maybe a niece, something happens to them. And then all of a sudden, you just might snap. You might do something that's outside of what the law will allow. Then all bets are off. You know, when I was writing those domestic violence warrants, the little pink warrants, I always bear in mind the fact that just with that pen, the ability to enforce that law is necessary just to defend the lives of those not only who are at the hands of those who are violent, but also those who are going to be responding to that violence, the ones who are going to protect us. And the Georgia Commission on Family Violence reports that a whopping 84% of the family-related deaths this year come at the hands of someone who was holding a gun. Does that sit with us right now? 84%. Literally, we're looking at the fact that when it comes to law abiding, it's what we all hope for. But each of us has the right to either choose, yes, we're going to do right, or choose against it. However, those Americans who are dealing with severe stress, very deep pains for which they have sought help or maybe have not sought help, making the right choice is not so clearly black and white as it may be for the lawmakers in this room. Ask any prosecutor will tell you the criminal offenses in the Georgia Code describe acts which a person's culpability to commit that crime must be determined in order for those charges to stick. A person's mindset, along with the review of the circumstances leading up to their actions, can determine the extent of the danger imposed on themselves or others. Now, yes, much has been discussed this legislative session in the way of mental health, from counseling to special living facilities to peer groups that help folks who are unfortunately trauma bonding in their time of anguish. And these are really great benefits. I don't make any effort here to diminish them because they do have value. But when folks with severe mental issues and deeply painful experiences can just go drive down to their local gun shop. Heck, they can get and go online right now and be able to purchase a gun without so much as telling a Georgia licensed physician or counselor for a screening or to ask permission to help keep other Americans safe. Then won't it be our legislature who has failed them? We're putting our own communities at risk. Now please, I don't want you to get it twisted. I have a very, very healthy appreciation for our Second Amendment rights. I mean, we could talk days upon days between Browning and Gatling, and I even like howitzers, and I know that's not even a gun. But the problem still is that we still have a very, very precarious situation that we're leaving our law enforcement officers in. The men and women that I used to have to take in their warrants, from local folks to even the GBI. And we're not even just talking about the measures to keep folks safe with a permit. Let's talk about training. The fact that those same courthouses are worked at, walk a little further up, you'll find Georgia Post. That's right. Peace officers, there's training standards, the standards of training. It's necessary to be able to not only have that permit, but also to be able to know how to use that firearm. And yet there is nothing in this bill that is stating that it's going to be necessary for people to even be able to know how to use that firearm. And that's really the tough part about this. Look, we know it's an election year. And so many here have been pressured. I mean, we're all here. We put up a big black fence around this place and you think you're secure. But you know good and well that there's law enforcement officers from our Georgia Capitol Police to those who are in our local communities. I wanted to highlight for you even today up here, unfortunately we're not showing them, but even 4 officers that we found even in 2021 who were unfortunately gunned down trying to serve the public. Our colleagues from the 171st District, the 31st, the 149th, and the 75th certainly have heard about Captain Justin Bedwell, certainly know the sacrifices of Sheriff Lena Marshall. They know Corporal Dylan Harrison, and certainly for those in Clayton County, know Officer Henry Laxon. I know for those residents who live with me in Henry County, we certainly know the sacrifice of Officer Paramans Desai. These are people who kiss their families, their wives goodbye, hug their children, get out here, and hopefully we can keep them safe by just asking for a small document, a paper, to be approved of by a constitutional officer, a judge who is sworn to the duty of protecting the public. We respected those constitutional officers here enough to give them a pay raise. But are we still so bold not to listen to the cries of those family members who have lost an officer that they lent to us as soon as they let out of their house? And here today, there's a bill that the Georgia Sheriff's Association does not want us to pass. Here is a bill that the Georgia Association for the Chiefs of Police asks us not to go through with. And yet here today, are we really going to allow for an election to cause us to turn our backs on the men and the women who have come to us to try to protect our communities? I really don't think this is the time for us to take up these matters. This is something that, if we're not going to table it, here's what I would suggest you do, because the public is not aware fully of what goes on here. If you believe that this measure is causing you to do as my colleague from the Warner Robins area suggested, that you're on the fence, this is probably a time where a local law enforcement officer who knows you, that you talk to, someone that you have long trusted for their opinion, this might be the time that they call you on your phone, and you will need to take that call to understand what their concerns are for this measure and how it will put their lives in jeopardy. So that's all here. I think we all are very clear about what's going to happen in this place. But I must say, I really wish God would be with the officers who come to their next traffic stop, because they have you to thank for the next actions from here. That's all.
Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin for the balance of the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I think some folks in here probably think, with the amount of, flailing around I do, that I don't love this building. I love this building. I love this building for the people in it. A lot of times I'll stop by the minority leader's desk and I'll say, man, this building. And the minority leader will say, this building. And then I'll walk away. And that's the whole conversation. But I promise you, I treasure my relationships with you in this place. And I look up listening to my colleague, and I look at the ornate decorations, and I think about legacy. And listen, I'm getting nostalgic because I'm leaving. And so, it's that quote from Gladiator: when a man sees his end, he wants to know that there was some purpose to his time and special rules. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the kind of sentiment that I'm bringing to you right now. So let's talk about legacy, because I feel qualified after a couple years to speak even just a little bit about legacy. And this bill is steeped in legacy. It comes from a very specific place, a very specific identity of a former state representative. And that former state representative is Matt Gertler. This is Matt Gertler's bill. This is his old HB2, constitutional carry, some version of it. And do you remember what a pariah he was when he was in this body? He came up to this well for a morning order. I mean, literally any air you gave this guy, he'd come up and be like, have y'all heard about constitutional carry? If you haven't, we'll dedicate another minute of the time for Colton Moore to come up and tell you the same thing. HB2, y'all. What do you think the #1 email y'all got in the 2019-2020 term was? Right answer. HB2, constitutional carry, brought to you by Matt Gertler, one of my favorite members of the House just because of his energy, man. I called him a liberty robot because that's what he was. He was like, vote no. I mean, 50% of the time he voted no on like every bill, including the good ones. And why did he do it? Because he had this calculus that liberty was simple. Liberty's not complicated. Liberty's easy to protect. Vote no, boom, go home, get reelected, right? I had a game. This is not a joke. Well, it is a joke, but it's not. This is what I'm saying is true. I had a game show I played with myself. Imagine Game Show Network, why did Gertler vote no? And so I would see his no vote. It'd be 1 or 2 no votes, and I'd think to myself, okay, I'm going to go up to him and I'm going to guess the reason he voted no. And sometimes it was really fun. I mean, he had that one with the cable bill, cable service for military folks, right? You go overseas, you're serving your country, and the good people in the Republican Party in the Georgia State Legislature said, we're going to let those people out of their cable contracts early. That's the least thing we can do for active duty military. And Gertler was like, nah, man, no, you're stuck in that cable contract, right? And so I went up to him later and I was like, hey, Gert, I got this little game I play where I try to guess why you voted no. Tell me why you voted no. I said, is it because freedom of contract, right? We don't want the government to interfere with freedom of contract. He goes, easy, and he walked off. So he was the liberty robot. He is who this is about. That type of thinking, that there's no nuance to liberty, that freedom is an absolute. And this House not only blocked him, but took pride in blocking him. No, sir, Representative Matt Gertler, you're not even going to get the slightest bit of air. We'll give you morning order time, but you will never pass a bill. You're always on the wrong side of this chamber, and everything you stand for is not what we in the majority stand for. I mean, you could not have been more of a pariah than Matt Gertler. Just the rousing celebration when his replacement came, and I love his replacement. But this House was overjoyed when it got rid of Gert. But here we are passing his bill. So what changed? What changed? The very first words out of the author's mouth were freedom and liberty are words we bandy around. Did y'all care about freedom in 2019? Did you care about liberty in 2020? Or did you just figure it out this year? That Matt Gertler was right the whole time? When I first joined the House, a member of House leadership said to me with great gravity that I appreciated, that I still appreciate when I look at this ceiling and I think about the honor of being here, that some people just want to burn this building down, and they don't care. I think about my no votes on the local calendar. It actually kind of sucks because I get emails from your constituents saying, you voted no on our local bill, why do you care? Because I'm making a protest, obviously. Because you didn't care about what our local governments wanted to do, so why should we care about yours, man? But I care about this institution, and that member of House leadership said to me, some people just want to burn the building down, and Gertler's one of those people. I guess that sentiment holds when there's only a handful of people that you say it about, when the rest of us are steady-handed and civilized. But I guess if the whole majority and the whole House wants to finally burn it down together, then it's not burning it down anymore, apparently. Every Democrat who spoke from the well tonight flipped one of your seats on the message that the public doesn't want stuff like this. Go through the list. We hold formerly Republican districts where people with certain demographics, whatever, believe that they need representatives who are not going to buy into this drift right BS to appeal to the base. It's not an accident that we came up here to deliver this message. The majority party has made the calculation that the short-term boost they get for the base outweighs long-term damage to the brand and public policy consequences. That is what you own tonight. And let me tell you something. Matt Gertler's no longer here. Y'all took him out. Somebody posted an Ocean's 11 gif of like, we did our work. We got rid of the guys that were on the other side, and now we can sail off into the sunset. We're so happy. Celebration all around. But even though Matt Gertler's not here, even though he's in D.C. working for Thomas Massey, helping him put, assault rifles in Christmas cards or whatever, his idea is on the House floor on a Friday night. And even though Matt Gertler's not here tonight, former state representative Matt Gertler tonight wins. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
We're going on now to the chairman's time. Chair recognizes Chairman Jay Collins, the chair of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't take much of the chairman's time here this evening, but I do find it very ironic that some of the people in this chamber now who wanted to defund the police a few years ago are asking us to trust the police. I find that to be a very rich irony here late in the evening. When I came into this house, I had a lot of people back home in my district who were pushing me on constitutional carry. And if you'll think back about it, I hadn't been one of those people who stood down here in the well or advocated in the hall for constitutional carry. But for me personally, my mind on constitutional carry was changed just a few years ago. Because see, when I go home at night, I drive about 35 miles west into a little community called Villa Rica, Georgia. And when I turned on the TV and I saw our capital city, let's talk about burning. Let's talk about our capital city burning down with rioting and protesting. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about our capital city burning and public safety officials couldn't get post-certified officers, couldn't get police officers to come do their job because they didn't have their back. Let's talk about burning down the capital city 30 miles from my home. And then let's talk about all the people that reached out to legislators and said, I've never had to have a reason to carry a gun, but now that I want to, my probate court is shut down. I can't carry a gun. And they're burning down these neighborhoods right around us. We're seeing violent crime. So yeah, my mind was changed about constitutional carry. One of the things I've heard this evening is we've heard a lot of rhetoric and we've heard a lot of dramatization about what this is going to do and what that's going to do. And I like looking up at this Capitol ceiling as well. But I read a book with my little girl. It's called Chicken Little. The sky is not falling here, ladies and gentlemen. The sky is not falling. No state that has adopted constitutional carry has had to repeal constitutional carry because they've seen blood in the streets. No state that's adopted constitutional carry has come back and said, we made a terrible mistake. Let's put the car in reverse. No state has done that. As a matter of fact, I believe some of the people that are going to come up here and speak to the balance of the chairman's time may allude to some of that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm with you about burning down the building. That changed my idea about what constitutional carry meant to me and my family 30 miles west when we saw the absence of public safety during rioting and looting. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the balance of the chairman's time to two speakers.
Chair recognizes Chairman Ballinger for a portion of the chairman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Curiously, nobody came and asked me any questions. But there were some falsehoods that were told up here, and I feel incumbent to clarify them. Our sheriffs, the Georgia Association of the Sheriff's Association here in Georgia, I texted their executive director. They are neutral on this bill. The chiefs of police, they are also neutral on this bill. As for it being Gertler's Bill. That's not Gertler's name up there. That's mine. I signed this bill. This bill is mine. Permitless carry has been filed 7 or 8 times in the last 6, 7 years by various members of this body. But that's my name up there, and this bill is mine. This does not do away background checks. You have to have a background check to even buy a gun. Only people that meet the current permit requirements will be able to exercise permitless carry. Y'all, there's evil in the world. Our courts have ruled that our hands are deadly weapons. Should we chop everybody's hands off? Give us all little hooks? Cars, knives, fertilizers, IED, all of those things people use to hurt others. There's evil. We need to protect ourselves. We do listen to our law enforcement officers, but we do need to not neglect our personal responsibility. Driving is a privilege, not a right. So says our courts. It is not in the Constitution. You have the right to ride your horse anywhere. You have the right to ride your carriage or your car anywhere. That's not in the Constitution. Our leaders in Congress have not had a constitutional amendment to add driving a car. Therefore, you should have a license and prove that you can exercise that privilege safely on our streets. You know, I'll close with this. Some people say, why do you carry a gun? And I say, because the law enforcement officer is too heavy. I'll yield the well.
Chair recognizes for the remainder of the chairman's time, Chairman Alan Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen, and before I say anything, I want to thank my dear friend, Representative Ballinger, for carrying this bill today. And I'm going to talk about a number of things, and first I want to get a couple of things off my chest. You know, I heard some of the opposition speak, and there was a lot of miscellaneous information I think it was portrayed. No, the sheriffs and the chiefs obviously haven't said anything in opposition. As a matter of fact, I had a group of the sheriffs from Northeast Georgia here today, and none of them said anything to me because I already knew their positions. They believe in the Second Amendment. Or as a lot of the law enforcement people will tell you, that the best friend a law enforcement officer has in an emergency is a law-abiding citizen with a weapon that knows how to use it to back him up. And that's something we've always said. But I heard some of the other comments. I heard a former member being referenced and how he was run out of here. Well, I don't think he was run out. I think he resigned, or he didn't resign, but he ran for Congress, if I remember correctly. So a lot of the sensationalism that's been said is, you know, quite frankly, misinformation, and I understand it's an emotional issue to some people. Some people are just adamantly opposed to it. But I want to talk a little bit about the history. When I was elected to the General Assembly, it was a different day than it is today. When I was elected 32 years ago, either you either didn't need a permit, didn't have a permit, or you had what was recognized as a pistol toter's license. You went to the probate judge, whatever county you lived in, you gave him $5. If the probate judge recognized that you were a good citizen, or you might have been convicted of bootlegging or something, if that was considered an honorable profession in the day. But as long as you hadn't shot anybody other than your wife's lover, then you were given a license at that time. But I remember when I was elected, I remember that the first bill that I ever passed in this body was a Second Amendment bill, because at that time you could carry a weapon in your vehicle, but you had to keep it locked in the glove compartment or in the trunk. Well, guess what kind of good that would have done? And it was like pulling teeth, but we got it moved to the compartment or somewhere under the seat so you could get to it if you ever needed it, because a gun that you can't get to, an unloaded gun, really doesn't serve the purpose for what it is. And I'll pause right here to tell you, that your weapon and your rights to have a weapon means that that is a weapon for your protection or for your sporting ability. It's a defensive weapon. It's not an offensive weapon. If it's an offensive weapon, then you are violating the law. But it's a defensive weapon for your protection. But I remember a few years later, we went on and we had a good member in here from, his name was Curtis Jenkins, and he and I, when the Brady Act was passed in Washington, we had an opportunity then that we stepped up the weapons permitting license. And we passed that law, and Curtis, he later went on to other issues and other fame and hopefully fortune by getting out of the legislature. But we passed that bill on the heels of the Brady Act, and that was to require a background check, because that background check then put us in compliance with the federal law and even circumvented the intent of the Brady Act, so that if you wanted to get a weapon, you didn't have to wait several days or weeks or whatever, because you'd already been background checked. Well, from that point on, there was a little bit of legislation passed here and there, nothing outstanding. And then, I don't know, a few years ago, Representative Jaspers and Representative Ballinger came along, and we had a guy by the name of, for those of you who don't remember, John Meadows, or the Huckleberry, as a lot of folks affectionately knew him as. And we came forth with House Bill 60. And that was a bill that we really got into the weeds about concealed weapon permits. And we passed that bill. And somewhere over in my office, if you ever come by over to my office, you'll see a picture on the back of my wall over there. It's a picture that the New York Times and the LA Times put on the front page of their paper, and they had a picture of me, and I think it was Representative Jasper's backside was showing. And it had in there on the front page of these two esteemed papers that there'll be blood in the streets in Georgia because of these dangerous individuals. Well, folks, that was about 8 years ago, and the only blood in the streets that I know of today comes from criminals, people perpetrating criminal activities. We're living in a different society. You know, I'm going to read the Constitution in a minute, but I'm going to give you another little tidbit of this. But you know, people have always had weapons. They've always had weapons because this country was founded in the blood of rebellion. It was founded in the blood of rebellion. And that's always been something that our people have always relished. I don't think that there's times in this country that people actually wanted to carry a weapon, but they carried a weapon. And usually the bad guys were always dispatched in some shape, form, or fashion. But I hear all of this talk, this anti-talk. But I just want to read a couple of things to you, and I'm going to give you another little tidbit of history, maybe to answer what some of the earlier comments have been made. If you read your Constitution on the Second Amendment, provides for a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. You know, if you believe in the law of the land, if you believe in all of those things that so many of you on the opposition party, or those who may be a little bit left, or the folks that like to, I always love to hear that saying, I'm Second Amendment, but what? You need to read, your rights shall not be infringed on. Now I want to read you the Georgia Constitution. And this is an old language that's been in there, and it deals with the arms, right to keep and bear. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, but the General Assembly shall have the power to prescribe the manner in which arms may be borne. Same language, a little bit of a version difference on the General Assembly's duty. So for the last 100 or so, 150 years, as General Assemblies meet, they decide in which manner they'll be born, but they still keep in mind that the rights of the people shall not be infringed on, ladies and gentlemen. They should. I can talk about crime. I chaired public safety. I've been involved for 30 years, 32 years in public safety in this state and in the legislative arena. And I'm quite frankly taken back with the level of crime that I see today. I see what law enforcement officers, what they have to deal with. I know why people need to be armed, but they're not mandated to be armed. If they want to be armed and exercise their rights, they can do it. But I will tell you, whether it is a concealed weapon permit that is current or permitless carry, it's all the same. Because if you look at the statistics, it's not those people who have a permitted license that are creating harm, they're creating criminal activity. And it won't change. You're still going to see the same criminals, the ones who get their weapons a different way, by breaking into your houses or breaking into your cars. I will submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, again, you won't see blood roll in the streets with this. You'll see the same action you always will. I have even told people, my personal advice to them is, because of the current concealed weapon law, that you need to keep that if you have one, because it's worth it for two fronts. One is that if you go to another state, then you'll have reciprocity if that state doesn't recognize our laws. So you'll still have that right. More importantly, you will have already met the prescription of the federal laws on going to a licensed gun dealer to buy a weapon. This is what the Second Amendment would do. I would encourage everybody here to remember this, because this is your family. It's your right to protect yourself, ladies and gentlemen. My thanks to the lady. My thanks to the so many of the members in this house that have supported this. But I do want to leave one parting thought to you on something. I kept hearing the sailing point in here was about the right or the left or the extremism and such as that. Let me tell you something. There are those of us who have been here that we've been Second Amendments all along. But I want to tell you, and I want to tell some of the folks out there that continue to put out misinformation about Second Amendments in the Georgia General Assembly, or at least ways this House. You know, we've got several groups in this state that are strong Second Amendments. We've always been strong Second Amendments, but quite frankly, there's a little thing about political power and influence runs downhill. We live in a state, unfortunately, I've seen the power and the influence of the legislature wane over the whole 30 years I've been here. It's always been usurped by the power of the executive office. It's because we're a part-time legislature and the governor's there. But we never had a governor that promoted permitless carry, or that term constitutional carry. So for the naysayers out there in radio land that can hear what I'm saying, there's a lot of members of this House that's always been Second Amendment strong. But if you don't have a governor that says that he'll support the bill, we're not going to pass a bill that he's going to veto. That'd be crazy. So we now have a governor who has said that he will support permitless carry. That's the difference, ladies and gentlemen. And let's move on to the next step. And I would encourage you to cast your green vote on this board. Don't say I'm Second Amendment, but, because we know what that means. Stand up and support your Constitution, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and I will yield this well.
Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative McLeod rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that if we were really confident that guns don't kill people, then we would demand that the metal detectors be removed from the Capitol?
Well, I think that addresses itself to the judgment of each and every member. What purpose does Chairman Petrie rise?
Parliamentary inquiry,
State your
Mr. Speaker.
inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that according to the CDC, almost every major study on defensive gun use has found that Americans use their firearms defensively about 1.7 million times annually?
The gentleman so states. I'm sure he sincerely believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative Derek Jackson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true the reason why we have a fence around this building is because what took place on January 6th when insurrectionists, may I finish? May I finish?
Allow the gentleman to finish his parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true the reason why we have a fence around this building is because what took place on January 6th is not because of the criminal activity that took place in Atlanta?
I think the fence was planned in advance of both of those events, Representative. One more parliamentary inquiry, and then we're going to lock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Tarvin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this fence was planned in 2018 or 19 due to find white powder on the statues out here and all around the Capitol, and it was to keep people out of here at night, not to protect us in the daytime?
I believe that to be true. I know it was planned a number of years ago. All right. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1358. The ayes are 94, the nays are 57. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to move that on the next legislative day, this bill be reconsidered by making
Are you making a motion that you're serving notice of your intent to ask for reconsideration on the next legislative day?
Yes, I am.
So noted. And it will be on the next legislative day's calendar. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 839.
House Bill 839 by Representative Thomas, the 39th to be entitled an act to incorporate the city of Mableton. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Erica Thomas to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the hour is late, and so I'm not going to tarry long on this bill, but it is very important that I speak for the citizens of my district. HB 839 is the proposal of the cityhood of Mableton. Mableton cityhood would give us local control over vital elements of community building, such as zoning, community development, and that in turn will give the community greater autonomy over what happens in our community. People believe right now that Mableton is already a city. I've had so many people come to me and think that it is already a city, and my people want to bring local control closer to their district. At this moment, we have a county commissioner that is over our unincorporated part of Cobb County, which means that that is one commissioner to 186,000 people. This bill would bring it closer to us, putting one city council member to 13,000 people. Cityhood would give Mableton residents closer to their government, like I said before. In this bill, the mayor would be duly elected by the citizens. It would be 6 city council members, which would make it a weak mayor, and the mayor is also duly elected by the people. Now, a feasibility study that was presented 3 years ago, which was able to give the citizens of Mableton 3 years to do about 16 different town halls. We also did a study on our website, the South Cobb Alliance's website, letting people give their opinion on what services they wanted. And of course, they said they wanted sanitation and waste management, they wanted zoning, they wanted economic development, they wanted community development, and that is what we wanted to give them. The feasibility study was presented by the University of Georgia's Carl Vinson Institute, and the study said that we would have a surplus of $3,233.64, which would make us in the black. The last thing that I will say on this bill is that we are state representatives, and I think that is so important, that representative name, and that we let the people be able to pick this at the ballot, be able to go to the ballot and say whether they want the cityhood or whether they don't want the cityhood. And that is exactly what this bill is doing. Mr. Speaker, I think that I explained it to a great extent, and I would ask that everyone in this chamber would vote in favor of the city of Mableton. And what you are voting for is saying that I want the people to be able to vote for whether or not they would like the city of Mableton, even though they believe that the city is already a city. I will yield for questions. Well, like 2 questions, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to ask.
You only have one.
Thank you. I was going to ask who it was, but I didn't want to do that to you. I'll yield.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley to your right for a question.
Does the lady yield?
Yes, I yield.
I think you made a good argument, and I think you made a great argument, by the way. I guess I was just curious, the argument you made, is that kind of the same thing that the people in Buckhead are wanting? And would you agree with that, or how would you feel about that issue?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ridley. I don't represent the people of Buckhead, so I don't know what they want. Okay? And so I would say that my bill is not what they want. It's a different jurisdiction, it's different people, and so I can't speak for them because I don't really know them. Any more questions? Because I'm going to yield the well right at that point, because people are...
Some of the people want it, and some of them don't want it, and I'm for the people. How about you?
We're for the people, by the people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. We have one member who wishes to be heard on the bill. Chair recognizes Chairman Setzler to speak to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Representative Thomas for her leadership on this. We have 4 cityhood efforts in Cobb County. Mableton is one of them. We have Lost Mountain, East Cobb, Vinings, and Mableton. I appreciate her consistency and leadership. That cityhood is a great tool in Cobb County, where every citizen in unincorporated Cobb has one elected official per 86,000 people, 186,000 people. This cityhood effort is wise, it's thoughtful, and I would ask for strong bipartisan support for the city of Mableton. Thank you.
All right, gentleman has yielded the well. All right. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I promised my colleague that I was not going to ask her in the well did her bill have anything to do with the funeral home industry? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I am sure the lady is being truthful as always. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 839. The ayes are 134. The nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair is had a request for an announcement from the Rules Committee Chairman. Chair recognizes Chairman Smith for an announcement.
We've got a little time left, about 3.5, 4 hours. Considering, I'd rather get finished tonight versus next Tuesday night at midnight. So we'll be having a Rules Committee meeting in about 10 minutes.
April Fool. I'm withdrawing that recognition of him. You can disregard his announcement. What purpose does Representative Erica Thomas rise?
I ask that HB 839 be immediately transmitted to the Senate.
I would recognize you for that, except for one problem. The Senate has been long gone. They're not home. The lights are out.
Oh, wow.
Nobody's home over
They
there.
are known for not doing their work, so.
I wish I could recognize you. Chair recognizes, or what purpose does Representative Gravely rise?
That was an accident.
Parliamentary inquiry. Or motion, make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to suspend the rules that a bill may be read for the first time on the House and referred to committee, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, or Representative Gravely has moved that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended to allow a bill to be read for the first time and referred to committee. The clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Gravely, the 67th, to be titled an act to amend an act creating the Board of Commissioners of Paulding County.
On the gentleman's motion, is there any objection? Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Intergovernmental coordination. What purpose does the Dean of the House rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that House Bill 1335 be transferred from the State Plan and Community Affairs to the Rules Committee, and both chairmen are in agreement.
The Dean Smyrie has moved that House Bill 1335 be transferred from the State Planning and Community Affairs Committee to the Rules Committee. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1335 by Representative Smyrie, the 135th, to be titled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 1 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to holidays and observances so as to provide for Public Safety Week.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 1335 be transferred from State Planning and Community Affairs to Rules, is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Chair recognizes Representative Gamble for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a day like today, y'all all need to be in church on Tuesday morning at 7 o'clock. The fellowship will meet in room 133. I hope to see y'all there.
There are no other announcements. It has been a long day. We've worked hard. Chair wishes you a safe drive back home tonight or in the morning or when you go back. Got a little weather, particularly in the northern part of the state, so be careful. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader of the House for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir. We have had a good day. And I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, March 15th, 2022.
The Majority Leader has moved that this House be adjourned until Tuesday morning, March 15 at 10 o'clock a.m. I remind you that that is crossover day. That is crossover day.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. The ayes clearly have it. This House will be adjourned until Tuesday, March 15 at 10 a.m.